For a new DIY, and you see already on the table are the tumbling tile blocks. We have here, of course, I always say with the tumbling tile blocks, I never know how much I use, but always make sure that you have 4 until 5 packages laying around to make the DIY. Of course, I have here my container with everything inside, some brushes, markers, scissors, and of course my mud pot, some twine, and of course my wood glue. What would we do without them? I have here my paint, and of course I use most of the time my creamy color. And here you see an old saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. What we're going to make, we are going to make a dresser, a kind of a cupboard piece. We will see how this will turn out. So I have no idea, but I tried several little cupboards and of course dressers, how you call it. So you can find a lot of them on this channel, but also on our other channel, Decor Easy. So go ahead, check it out, and of course we will see how this one turned out. So you see already I placed 8 blocks and 8 blocks over here, so in totally 16 blocks. We are going to start from bottom until the top. So first we're going to do some glue on the longer side of the smaller side, but the longest side, and just row them together. Very easy, this way. And we do a number 7, and number 8 is of course the closure up. We're going to squeeze it from within and then until the end and make a nice straight line over here, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. We do here the same. We just give the side a little bit of the glue. Don't always do too much, because I always do too much glue, but that only works against you. And I really have my opening already so small. So, but maybe it's the way I squeeze my glue. Again, squeeze it, and we're going to press it together this way, and we're going to wipe away. We're going to give it a couple of minutes. So now I place one on the side very carefully because it is not dry yet, and we make a nice thin line of glue over here. And we're going to place them together, because if we only wait a couple of minutes, like a lot of you already know, you still can fill in the open gaps, and you don't have to fill them up with wood filler or something else. So this is already a 1, and we're going to place this aside, and now we're going to go for the first stage of our dresser. So now I'm going to place this one on the side. I always have my second mat over here, and I can easily place it over until here, and so it can dry over there and it doesn't bother us on our space. We are going to get 13 blocks. So I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you have 13 blocks, and what you're going to do, you're going to place them on the smallest side. So not the flat side so easily, just the smallest one. So this way and this way. And now we're going to very easy do some glue on the middle part, and we do it here, and we're going to row them also together. And this, and over here. And this is very easy to do. The only thing what's a little bit tricky is to squeeze them together, because it's a little bit of a longer row. But I always say just take your time, because time is everything. Sometimes we want to do it too fast. And already number 12 and number 13 is the closure up. Then we're going to squeeze it from within, the same like we do when it's flat on our table. Then we're going to, and you see already it wants to pop up. And we're going to make one big block out of it. We're going to wipe away, and we're going to straighten it out again. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes. And what we're going to do now, in the meantime, we're going to get 4 blocks. And we're going to lay them flat on the table. And again, 4 blocks and also flat on the table. We're going to do the longer side. Oh, you see where he is running away, the longer side over here. And number 3 and number 4 is again the closure up. Squeeze it. We do here the same. And this is 1. And this is a number 2 and number 3. And we're going to squeeze them and make sure that we have a nice straight line. And we do here the same, and we're going to give them a couple of minutes. So we're going to place this one straight up. We're going to do some glue on the side, on this side. And we're going to place it against this one. And we do here the same. And we're going to place this one over here. And make sure that you have a nice straight line. And give it a little bit of pressure. And work your way to the outside if it is not straight, because you want a straight opening of your dresser. And we're going to work with it and give it a little moment of time to dry in. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So now we are going to move this one also to the other mat, and we're going to let this dry there also. Before you're going to place it there, always feel with your fingers if everything is still in the place you want to have it, because when it's really drying in, you can't move it anymore. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make now the bottoms, the rest of the bottoms and the top, because this was only one piece of the dresser, but now we're going to do the rest. I have here 8 again, and I have again also, I think also 8 if everything is correctly. Yes, I have. So I'm going to do repeating the same. So this will be bottom number 2, and I'm going to easily roll them together. Don't worry, I'm not going to do everything together with you. So I'm only going to do this one, and then the rest I will do a little faster. So number 7 and number 8 is the closure up again. The same like we did with the first one. And this is number 4. Number 5 and number 6 and number 7, and the last, oh, you see already, and number 8. And we're going to squeeze it from within, and we're going to do the ending, squeeze it from the inside, and then we're going to work to the outside. And we're going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes again. So also this one we're going to lay on the side. We do some glue over here. Oh, a little bit more over here, or else it doesn't glue. And we're going to place them together, and we're going to fill in the open gaps again to make sure with that we get a nice blank this way. And of course this one we're going to place away also. I make the other 3 because we need 5 of this one. 1 for the bottom and 1 for the top. So you have 4 drawers, and you have 5 bottoms, which of course one of them will be the top. So we gave all of them again and half, at least a couple of minutes and half hour, I would always say. And we're going to do some glue on the side again, over here. And we do here the same. And make sure that you have it on each block, so it glues a little better. And we're going to place them down and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. Also over here we're going to fill in the gaps, because you see already I have a couple of gaps, and that's not what we want. And if we don't wait too long, we still can easily fix it. And we have here the same, because at least my blocks are not totally straight, but I hear from a lot of you who have the same problem. So I'm just going to fill it in and make sure that we get a nice piece. And we're going to let this dry. So if everything is correctly, you have 5 pieces of 2 times 8, because this is 16 in total. And so you have 5 pieces for your, at least the outside of your cupboard dresser. We're going to place them aside on my other mat, and we're going to let it dry, because if you're going to work with it now, everything will break. What we're going to do, we're going to do the next step, and that will be the layering. We already did one, but we're going to do now the rest. See already, I have again 3 times 13 blocks on here, and you see, because we already made 1 piece in between, we need 3, because in total we need 4 pieces. So we are going to make 3 because we already have 1. We do some glue on the wider side of the block, and we're going to roll them very easy and simple, and take your time for it because it's still relaxing also to do such a DIY. At least it gets me very rest. Now you call it peaceful. I don't know if you say that right, peaceful. That sounds strange, but of course you know what I mean. So I'm going to row them together. I'm almost there. Number 11 and number 12, and of course number 13 is the closure up. We do here the same, and so we go on and on until we have all the rows done. Of course I will do the other one a little faster, so this will be already, and I think the dresser will be useful for a lot of things because he is not too big and not too small. He's also maybe great for jewelry, maybe for earrings, and he can be used for maybe in your kitchen for recipes, because I was thinking the recipes is also a very nice place to use, or maybe some herbs you can use, place them inside. So they are not really big, the dressers. That's what I like about, because not everyone has a really big space to decorate or use for other things. So I think this is a nice size, but of course let me know in the comments if you like the size. We're going to squeeze it and we're going to press it, and this way, and we're going to squeeze it. And of course I should have done it from the inside out, but sometimes I'm a little impatient, so I'm going to place it over here, and now I'm going to make sure that I give it a couple of minutes rest. And you see already on the table, here are the 3 pieces of 13. I place them on the side because, and then if you do them on the side, give with your fingertips of tips a little bit of pressure so you get a nice smooth top, because if you place it this way and you just squeeze it and you don't do anything with it, then it's possible that it's a little bit wobbly. So place it when it's dried up for a couple of minutes, just carefully, and press it to the bottom. That means that you get a nice straight line also on top, and then give it a little squeeze on the side, and again this way. And so you do it all 3 of them. Now you see I have 4 pieces over here and 4 for this one. So we have here 4 and we have here 4 for the sides. Here will be 1, here will be 1, here, here, here and here. So we're going to row very easy these 4 blocks on the smallest, longest side together, and this way. And we're going to place it, and this is a nice the measurements are nice. I was forgetting what I was trying to tell you. So I mean the size is very sometimes difficult to find for the smaller blocks. I also made dresses with the bigger blocks, and this is a little bit easier to work with, because the smaller blocks is always a task to count out and what is nice, because it's never totally fitting. At least if you don't want to saw it. And this time I don't want to saw the pieces, because not everyone has a jigsaw or a saw laying around, or someone who can do it. So this time I really want to do it only with the blocks, and that you don't have to saw it out. Of course, if you have a saw you can do anything, then it doesn't matter. But it's also a challenge just to do it without the saw. So I hope I can I hope I can imagine it. That's not a great word. I hope I can make it. I keep it simple. I hope I can make it without sawing. So this is one, and now the last 4, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to place 1 down, and I'm going to try it a little bit on a different way. The other one I did straight up. I'm going to try if this will work a little bit better. So we're going to give it some pressure on one side and on this side. So I have no idea if this works better or not. We will see. Maybe just do it the way you think it's better for you, because I can't tell you how you must glue your pieces, but I think I can give it a little bit more power to it if I'm placing it down, of more pressure to it. So I don't know if I am right about it, but we will see. So I'm going to place this one also down. I'm going to do some glue again on this longer side and place it at the ending. Squeeze it, and we're going to do here the same. And so we do all 3 of them, and then in total of all, and then we have in totally here we have 4. If everything is correctly, you have 4 pieces. Of course, I have to wipe away the glue and feel with my fingers so I have a nice smooth place. And now this way, and the last, and we're going to place this one at the ending also over here, and we do here. And of course I need to work with it because I already see he's sticking out. And we're going to place this one on top of here, and we're going to go over with our fingers because that's the way you feel the best. At least I feel the best. And this way. And now we're going to let it dry. And you see already, here is number 4 we already made earlier. This is how he's looking like. So it's very easy. And we're going to give it a couple of at least a half-hour rest before we're going to build the dresser together. So I have here now my 4 pieces, and of course I have my 5 pieces of my bottoms. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my bottom and I'm going to do some glue on the underside. And we're just going to easily do some glue around here and around here. And we're going to place it on the almost the ending, not totally, but almost. So we are going to give it a little bit of pressure to get it fitting. On the side he is almost fitting, so the sides are perfect, and only for the back side you leave a little opening. I hope you can see it that it's not totally straight to the back side, but a little. So you can also easily turn it around and just feel with your fingers and look where you want to have it. So you can easily get it in the middle and then give it some pressure over here. And we're going to place this aside. This is already one. We're going to get another one. Place this down. Of course, we're going to do some glue on the underside. Over here. And if you have glue which is coming out, get your small brush and easily get it away with your wet kitchen towel. Again, we're going to place it on the back side. We're going to turn it around so we can easily see where we are at. And so we get the same like we did with the other one, because you want to have it a little bit the same. Over here, and give it some pressure. And again, place it aside for a moment. We do here the same. And of course, I do this together with you so you know exactly what I'm doing. And of course, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm really sorry about that. But it's a lot of people enjoy the step by step. So maybe you can skip forward if you don't like it. So again, I'm going to turn it around, fill it in and press it down. Of course, be careful because it's not totally dry yet. And you see also, here are things also going wrong. So don't worry about it. Just press it together again and make sure that you have it in a straight line. So you saw already also mine did broke out. I have one last piece. And then if everything is correctly, you have one bottom over for the top. Over here. And I'm going to place this one also to the back side. Turn it over and make sure that I have it over here and fitting nicely. Again, squeeze. And try to get, if you look to all the back sides, the same like I do, that almost everyone is a little the same. So, and if it doesn't, just work with it. Place it a little bit to the back side if you think it's a little bit too much. Again, squeeze it. And we have here the number 4. And what we're going to do right now is very easy. We're going to build it up. And now I hope that everything will fit together. I have really no idea, but we will see. And now we're going to place this one on top. And again the same, like we did with the other, a little piece of overlay, not too much. I feel with my fingers and then give it a little bit of pressure. I do here the same. And this, just take your time for it. That's the most important. Just take your time. Again, we're going to build this one up also. Make sure that you have a piece of overlay, and that's why I do the back side to myself, so I can easily see what I'm doing and how many you see already. Then you get a nice, it's not a structure. Oh my, it's a texture, sorry. So again, I'm going to squeeze it and make sure that I have the same. And now I'm going to do the last layer of this one. And I'm going to do some glue. And we're going to place the last on top. And we're going to give this also some pressure. And make sure and feel with your fingers. So, and this way. And now we only need the last piece. And that's of course the top. And we're going to give it some glue. And now we only need to make sure that we have this one over here. I have to look for that. The nicest side will be on the front. And this way. And I'm going to place it over here. Make sure that I have the same overlay that I have on the old pieces. And now I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to give it some pressure with some I have from this kind of weight that are from the little weights. I show it to you in a moment. That's better than I'm telling you in English. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do. So you see this in a moment. And you see, this is what I mean. This is a weight from the older days. I collect them, so I have them laying around in my home because I love them. I'm going to give it a little bit on the ending, and I do here the same. And this is all, both of them the same weight. So this is 1 kilo. So I don't know how you call it in English. At least we call it 1 kilo. So, and I'm going to do it on the corners, not on the front, or else he will be breaking. Do it on the back side, a little on the corner. Place it at the ending and a little bit on the side. And then we're going to let this dry at least for an hour. So I place the outside of the dresser on this side over here to let it dry further. What we're going to do, we're going to make our drawer. We are going to do 6 blocks. So very easy, just do the longest side. We do over here, place them together. And this one. And number 5 and number 6 is the closure up. You're going to squeeze it. And this way on the side, make sure that you have a nice straight line. Wipe away the glue from the top. And make sure that you have, look for that everything is in a straight line. What we're going to do, we're going to get 2 blocks. We do the top. And we're going to place them together this way. And give it some pressure, and then we're going to wipe also the top. For the glue, give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes, place the 2 block on the side, do a little bit of glue, and we're going to place them against this one and make sure that you fill in the open gaps and squeeze it and wipe away the glue. We're going to place this on the side. Ooh, you see, I'm sorry for the noise. What I'm going to do is again 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 2 blocks over here. And this will be, of course, 2 blocks on the front. I have to count. If everything is correctly, we need this 2 blocks. So we need 1 of 2, 2 of 2, 3 of 2, 4 of 2, 5, but 6 of 2 blocks we glue together this way. We're going to squeeze it, make a straight line, squeeze over here, and this one, and this, and number 6. And of course we are going to wipe away the glue because it's a lot of glue on the top, and that's not what we want. Too much glue, but if I do a little less, I always am afraid that it doesn't glue the right way. So I always use a little bit too much, you know that for me. So I'm going to give this one also a couple of minutes. Now I have my 6 pieces. 2 of them we are going to glue together. There's this one and this one. And we're going to make sure that we fill in all the gaps we have. And again, squeeze it. And make sure that you at least on one side have a straight line on one of them, because we need to make a kind of, it's not totally a square, we call it a rechthoek. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes or else it will break. In the meantime, I have again 6 blocks. I'm going to glue them together. And don't worry, like I told you earlier, I'm not going to do everything together with you. And a number 5 and a number 6. Again, squeeze them together. In totally, I did the height of 4 drawers. But of course, you can make it as high as you like. If you want to have it a lot higher, it's also fine too. So do whatever you think is right. This is already one. And now we're going to do the tops. Some glue over here. And we're going to squeeze it. And we're going to let this dry in. So I already made now all the 4 bottoms. We only need for this one, we need to glue them together. Just do a line over here, place them this way. We do a line over here. And we're going to place this one also over here. And we do here the same. And then we have our 4 bottoms of our drawers. Again, squeeze it. Make sure that you have it in a straight line. And this one. And this one. Of course, I have to go down a little to make sure that we have the right size. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes again. So I place my 4 bottoms over here. You see already these are the 4 bottoms, 6 this way, 2 on the top. Then you already have 1 bottom. This is the sides, 4 blocks and 2 blocks. What we're going to do is very easy. We place them on the side and we only need to glue the sides. You do some glue on this side and on this side. And you're going to place it in. You do here the same. And over here. And we're going to place them over here. And now we're closing it up with the other one. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. And then we're going to work with it and make sure that everything is nicely until we get one little crate. So, and this is already one of them. Squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest. You see already the table is full because we have already one outside frame for the drawer, and we need of course 4 in totally. So we need again 3 extra, and we needed 6 pieces of 2 for this one. So we have in totally 18 pieces on the tables we are going to make in pieces of 2. So very easy, just row them together in the longest line. Very simple. Just go around your table and row all of them together. So you need 18 pieces of 2 and then you glue them together. Of course, it's 36 blocks. I have to think there. And this is already almost the whole drawer is already finished then. So, and then we're going to decorate it, of course, or decorate it at least. We're going to do the touches, the last touches of our drawers, because you can decorate it, of course, any way you like. I always give you just a simple inspiration. And the last 2, and this is already the last, and then I only going to squeeze all of them and make a straight line. So I placed all of them together, this 2, so you need 6 blocks which are glued together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and of course 7 and 8 are of course in drawer number 4. We're going to place them easily on the sides. We're going to do some glue on this side and on this side. And we're going to place this over here. And we do here the same on this side and on this side. And we're going to place this over here. And we're going to close it up with this one. So carefully make sure that you squeeze it a little. And then we're going to let this dry. I'm going to do all the other ones also. See ready? I have 4 of the frames and we have of course 4 of the bottoms. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the bottoms. This way I will look for the flat side, which one I like the best. I'm going to look for if I like this side better or this side, because what I want to do, I'm going to do the longest blocks to point to myself, and the 2 blocks this way I'm going to do this way, because now I can easily see, because I want to have a straight line, my frame, a straight line on this, and have a little bit overlay on this side. So I'm going to do some glue over here, around. And of course I have to make sure that I have a little of all. And this way, and I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to look for the straight line on the back side. And here you see already he is going over a little, and I chose for this, but you can also do it in the middle, so every piece has a little overlay. I show it to you in a moment, but first it needs to dry, and then you see what I mean. And you see how the drawers turned out, and I did with my small brush, I go inside of the drawer and just removed the glue, because you don't want big pieces of glue inside. And you see, this is what I mean with a piece of overlay. You can see it over here. Oh, here this way is better. You see a piece of overlay, and you can do it on the back side and you can do it on the front side. I do it on the front side because I like a little border under here. What I'm going to do, we have 4 of them, and I'm going to get some loose blocks and I'm going to glue them as a knob in the middle. You can use a bead, you can use a piece of twine, you can use a tassel, you can use anything you like, but I'm going to go, because I like a little bit of the neutral, so I do a simple line of glue, and I'm going to glue them in the middle of the blocks and give it a little bit of pressure. The only thing I need to look for, that I have all the blocks in the same row, so I'm going to place them all after each other, so I am sure that every time I have the same measurement for my blocks, because you don't want that if you have it inside of the dresser or cupboard, you don't want that it is crooked and the line doesn't walk nicely. So I'm going to do number 3, and then I'm going to get my ruler and I'm going to look for if I have it in a straight line. And over here, and the only thing what's important, take your time for it again, for making it that everything is fitting nicely next to each other, because you don't want that later when it's dried up and you think, oh, I would have done this different. Of course you can always give your own twist on it, but I'm going to let this dry, get my ruler, and I make sure that everything is in a straight line. But like I told you, I use this as a knob, but you can use anything. You see already, the dresser is also dried up, and I'm really loving how he is looking. See, I give some texture to the piece, because you didn't do it totally on the back side. So I'm really happy how this one turned out. Of course, I have here some beads. You can place some beads on each corner. You can place some beads on the top. You can decorate it any way you like. I was only thinking for doing something on top which you can write something on it, so to give it an other look, but I have to think about it. But first I'm going to paint mine, and I'm going to paint mine of course in my creamy color. Everyone knows it already for a long time, so I'm going to take my time and paint everything inside and of course on the outside. You see already the outside of the dresser cupboard I already painted in the white color, and I think it changed so much if only you give it a coloring. Of course I did the creamy color, but if you're going to spray paint it or you're going to wax it, be sure that you sand it first, because or else you get really stains from your wood glue, and that's not what you want. Then you can see it through, and you don't want that. I'm going to go do also the drawers, and I think I will do them in the same color, but maybe I'm not, you will see. But of course, in a moment you see the quick impression, because the only thing I need to do is the drawers, and then you see how I decorated it. And yes, I told you, you see the quick impression, but you know me. I always, my mind is going and going, and I thought he is a little bit too white for me. I want to give it a little bit lighter old look with a little bit of brown. So I took my brown shoe polish. I have here a couple of blocks, and I'm going to give them a light coating over it. So very easy on all sides, back side, front side, and the sides. And then I'm going to get my kitchen towel, and I'm going to wipe them clean, and I'm going to try to place them next to my drawers. I don't know if it will succeed, because I didn't count on it to do it, or else I should have done it earlier, but I think I'm going to give it a try. So you'll see in a quick impression, but not immediately. You see a little moment. We're going to give it a little bit more, yeah, I don't know, a little bit more of coloring. So you see already, I did color 8 of them in the brown color, and now I'm going to try to squeeze them inside of my drawers. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but I think I have it in my mind, so I want to try it. But of course, if you don't like it, just don't do it. I'm just going to give it a try, and I tell you if it works or not. It was a little bit of squeezing. And it was really hard to get it in, but I did get them in, and I'm really happy how they are looking like. Of course, I did it in the brown color, but you can do it in any color you like. Now I'm debating if I am going to do 4 blocks and 2 on top of here, to give also the top a little bit of a different look. So that will be very easy. I'm probably going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to glue this together and glue this 2 on top, but you see that in a moment. I have my wood glue, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do 2 of them together, this way, and this 2 together, and this 2, and I'm going to give it the top a little bit of a texture, because you can also do some Christmas tree on top. You can do some maybe a rooster, a little kind of roosters on top. You can change it up. It's just for which season you using it. This is a dress you can use for any season and for any place in your home. So I'm just going to give it a neutral look, but you can change it up any way you like. Now I'm carefully going to place this one on the side, do a little bit of glue, place it down, and make a piece of 4 out of it. Squeeze it. And now we're going to do for this one, we do a small little line with glue, and we're going to place this one in the middle. So very easy, and everyone can make this. And of course, if it breaks apart, just glue it together again and then work with it, because it's so easy to do, because your wood glue is still not dried up. And this is a little bit what you get. And I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then I'm going to give it also a little bit of my shoe polish in a brown color. So, and you see already I did my piece in my shoe polish, and you see already, that's why I wanted to show you. I did make my piece, but before I did my shoe polish on top, I didn't sand it. And you can see already in the pieces where the blocks are connected is a lighter spot, and you see already that's where the wood glue is. And of course you wipe away the wood glue with your kitchen towel, which is wet, but you never get the stain really out unless you're going to sand it. So this is a lesson for me to learn. Of course you have to sand it first and then do some shoe polish, but I also want to show you things are going wrong, so be careful. Just sand it before you're going to do your wax or spray paint on top of here. I'm going to glue it on top, and then you see in a moment a quick impression, because I will work this away. the supplies we need for this DIY. We need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks. I am using the bigger blocks, and of course you can find the bigger blocks in my description box. There you find a couple of tips where you can find the bigger blocks, even when you are not living in the Netherlands like I do. Even outside of the Netherlands you can find the bigger blocks. Of course, I have here my little container with my scissors, my cutters, of course my brushes, some markers, and of course use a paint at your choice. And I use the glue, this glue, and I use the wood glue, but you can use the hot glue. But of course with hot glue always is a little bit tricky that your DIY is falling apart. So I hope maybe you have also the wood glue. It takes a little bit longer of your time, but you still can readjust it a little bit better than with the hot glue. So these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. What we're going to make, of course we're going to make a dresser, but a seasonal dresser you can use all year round. So what we're going to do first is we're going to make our drawers, and we are going to do 4 blocks in a row. Very easy. Just do some glue on the side, on this side, and on this side, and squeeze them together this way and press it down and make a nice straight line. You see already, like this. Get your wet piece of old towel and just wipe away the glue we don't need, and we're going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. And of course we are going to make the sides, and we are going to make 3 in a row. Very easy. Again, you glue 1, you glue number 2, and you press them together this way. Squeeze it and press it down. This, and this is already number 1, and this is number 2. And of course, like you know, we have 4 sides, like always in our in our dresser. So we do this 4 times. And again, make sure, take your time, that you have a nice straight line, because or else it will be a crooked drawer, and we don't want it. And I keep it this drawer very simple. They are so easy to make. And this is already number 3. And now we go for the last one. And this is again 1 and number 2, and again press them together, squeeze it, and we're going to let this rest for a couple of minutes. Of course we are going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Then you get a nicer and cleaner dresser. And again squeeze it. You see already, if I'm looking correctly, this middle block is really totally out of line with the rest, and I'm really going to pick this one out. Is most of the time is the one with a mark on it. You always have in one package, you have a mark on it. So I try to work with it, but not every time. So for the sides, I'm going to pick another block, because I want to be sure that my drawer is at least in a nice size. And we're going to work this one away later. So my 4 pieces of 3 are dried. What we're going to do, because we're going to place them this way on this side, not this side, but I'm going for the shape for this side. So we're going to go and place them straight up. Oh, you see already, he is not really fond of standing straight up. So I'm going to do some glue on the sides, on this side, and on the other side. And be careful, because it's still not totally dried in yet, so be careful. And of course I have to look for if I do it right. Yes, I do it right. I'm going to do it this way and this way, and I'm going to place it down. And now I'm going to place this one against here, this one against here, and we're closing it up with this one. Very easy, and just give the shape you like. Of course it has to be a straight line as best as you can. Of course you see already on the underside it needs a little work over here, and then we're going to press it together, and we're going to let this dry. So we did it, let it dry in for a couple of minutes. Now we're going to do some glue in the middle of, not in the middle, at the ending of the opening, so over here. Then when the glue is falling, it's falling inside and not too much on the outside. So be careful. And I'm going to place this exactly on the bottom of our drawer over here, Make sure that you have a nice straight line and do it as in the middle as you can. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and then you already have your first draw. And it is a little bit of a bigger draw. If you want to have it lower, then you have to make other measurements, because then you have to take one row off, but you also have to lay down your bottom of your dresser. But I'm going to go for this one. You will see that in a moment. So this is already one of our draws. And now for everyone who uses the smaller blocks, you go for 4 blocks, glue them together, place this one glued together, and you have already your bottom. I will go for 2 blocks glued together, 2 blocks, and of course ankle in the middle. But I would go for 4 high, and here 4 high, and of course here also 4 high. And then you're going to place it on top of here, and make sure your bottom will be a little bit smaller than your sides, but it doesn't matter. Just glue it on top, and then you have the same height like I have with my bigger block. So I would go for the base for this one. So I take a very small pencil, and I'm going to go in the inside and look if there is still glue coming out. And then I'm going to wipe away the glue with my brush, because or else it doesn't look very nicely if you want to decorate maybe your drawer, or maybe you want to do something inside. It's not always a nice sight when you have bits of glue on the inside. So this is already one of our drawers, and I'm going to make another one. Very simple, but I'm going to do it a little bit faster. So you see already, we have already 2 of our drawers finished. And of course we can always choose if we use it this way or we use it this way. But that's later. I'm going to make 4 dresses extra because we need 6 in total. But I will do that out of camera. And here you see our 6 drawers. What we're going to do right now, we're going to make the dresser on 6, of course the base of the dresser. And we're going to first start with the bottom. So we have our 6 drawers. What we're going to do, I'm going to make the dresser, I'd at least call it dresser, but of course the base around the our drawers, and of course it will be always a little bit different than normally. We are going to start with a bottom of 9 blocks. So very easy, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And of course I'm going to look for if all of them are a little bit in a straight line like this. And now we're just going to simply glue them together. It's very easy because we're going to do them in steps. This is 1. I have to turn my glue. This is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and the last number 8, because 9 is always the closure up. We're going to squeeze it like this, and we're going to give it a nice straight line, and make sure that we remove our glue, because we don't want too much glue on here. And again, make a nice straight line and let it dry in for at least a couple of minutes. So we already have 1. Now we're going to do again another one of 9, 7, 8, 9. Is everything correctly? You see already we have 9 blocks, and we're going to do the same way like we did with the first one. And I try to do it as fast as I can, so you don't have to wait too long. Over here. And if you have also a DIY that you would love to show us, I hope you give us send us a mail, and of course we would love to see how you make your DIYs, because we can learn from each other. So it would be very nice if we could learn also from the things you are going to make. So again, we have another one of 9. Going to wipe away the glue, And again, give it a couple of minutes. Now we have 2 of 9 and now we're going to make 2 of 5. Also very easy, just on the sides. And number 2, number 3 and number 4. And again, row them together until one straight line this way, and again another 5 over here, this one and this one and the last one, and of course also row this one together and give them also a couple of minutes again. So now we have the first layer for our 2 drawers, but of course we need 6, so we need a second one and we need a third one because we do 2 drawers together. So I'm going to need 2 of 9 extra. So very easy, just make 2 pieces of 9 again. So this is already 6, 7, 8 and 9. And again 9. This is 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. And we're going to glue them also together, the same like we did with these 2. Then we have all the pieces of the base of our dresser. Here in the Netherlands we call it not a dresser, we call it een ladenkastje. So it's much different than what you call it. Een ladenkastje, that's really a different Dutch word. So you also learn a little bit of Dutch. And we're going to squeeze it together until one straight line again, and also with this one. And for everyone who enjoys, of course, the Dutch language and wants to know more about it, I have also every day on our channels at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. Eastern Time. No, that's not true. Of course, I'm thinking about the Dutch way. It's 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and there you find every day a Dutch word of the day. So if you are not familiar with it, of course, I hope you come along and go to see the community post, and there you will find the Dutch word of the day every day at 5 p.m. And I hope a lot of people enjoy it, but of course, there you see how much different there is, and sometimes in English and in Dutch. So again, we're going to wipe away the glue and we make a straight line. Of course, our piece is already falling down, and this way. And we're going to give this one also a couple of minutes to dry. So we have our 4 pieces of 9, and what we're going to need, we need of course 6 pieces of 5, but we have already 2. So we need 4 pieces of 5 extra. So very easy, and of course don't worry, I will not do everything together with you, so don't worry, I will do this one and the rest I will do a little bit faster. And again, make a nice straight line and give it a little time to dry, because that's the most important, especially when it is a little bit of a rainy day, because here in the Netherlands we have a lot of rainy days, and you can always note when it is raining, the glue is always sticking less, so we take our time for it. So you see, we have our 4 pieces of 9 and we have our 6 pieces of 5. What I'm going to do, because I'm going to try in the middle to have also a little wall, but I don't know if the fitting is quite right, but I'm going to try to, I'm going to make 3 pieces of 4. I don't know if I will use them. So that's why it's better that I make it, then you don't have to do it. If it is nothing, you don't have to do it. And I can do the experiment and you can only watch, and this is not what I want, this is what I want and not what I want. So you can choose which part you take out and which part you leave. That's why this is an experiment, so you can watch it and learn from it and don't make the mistakes that I do. So I'm going to go again of 4 pieces, because, and over here I'm going to glue them together. In the blocks for this package, I have a couple of packages in my box, and this package is really bad. I don't know what happened with when they saw it, but it is really one big mess. Really it is. Everything is out of line, is crooked. It is really so bad. But we don't let us discourage, because we're going further and further, and we're just going to try, and we're going to use the blocks, because throwing away is not an option, because it's always money. So I'm going to again squeeze it and press it together. I'm going to let it dry. So I have all my pieces. What I'm going to do, because this is one is a bottom, we have one of 5 will be glued on the side. Oh, you see already. I'm going to place this one over here and this one over here, and here is again a 1 of 5, and then you glue a 1 of 9 again in the inside. So very easy, like this. You just make kind of a box. And I chose for not to do a backside, because I want to have mine in the middle of my kitchen counter, because I can get the drawers on one side and on the other side. So you can get it over here and you can get it over here. But of course, if you want to have a backside, it's very easy. Just count out the blocks and you already have your backside. But I'm not going for it. I have here the 1 of 4 we made, and if everything correctly, you can place it exactly in the middle. And of course there's a little opening, because these 4 are a little bit smaller than when you are doing this together. So it is a little bit work with it, and we will see how I come out. It's maybe you say I'm not going to do it, because you get a little opening over here. If I'm going to place it lower, of course it's also a possibility, but then you get on the top an opening on the top side of your dresser. So I'm not really knowing if I'm going to do it or not, but I like the divider in between. So I have a little bit of thinking to do. So you see here I am a little bit puzzling where I want to have it. You see over here, if I am doing the dividers in between here, then it looks very nice, but then we can do lose 1 block of the 1 of the 5. You see here, then you can, from the 5 you can have 2 5 and 1 of 4, then he is fitting correctly. So I'm still debating what I'm going to do, of if I'm going to leave this top extra open, that I can decorate the top also. So I am a little bit debating what I want to do. So I am still, but I just thought I will take you along, and so you can see what I mean, that I have a piece over here if I am going to do it this way. This is fitting all very nicely, so this is great, but I have to think about this one, if I'm going to take one off, or maybe if I can make a little corner on the back side also that I can decorate. So I think the light is burning inside me, that I saw the light. At least I hope I saw the light. I take the 6 pieces of 5, and first I'm going to glue 3 of them together. These are the sides of the dresser, so this is what I'm going to do first, before I'm going to do the rest, to make sure that both of the sides are the same length. So this way, and I'm going to do this one and the other one. And of course you can also turn around, but make sure that both of the sides are the same length. And this way, see, if I have measured them, they are now exactly the same. But I did have to turn one of them, because if I did 3, the way that one was shorter than the other, so I turned a couple of them, and now I have 3 pieces of the same length. I hope I make sense, because I hear myself talking and I think, what are you saying? You know what I mean. Sometimes you have to turn the blocks a little bit to get the measurement you need. So we are going to give this some rest. Like I told you, I heard myself saying, and I want to be sure that you understand. What I mean is, if you have 3 pieces and you want to glue 2 of them together, you see already this one is a little bit shorter. Maybe this one is fitting better. And this is what you also do with the 3 parts of 5. Just look for which one are fitting the best together to make the same straight line for the sides of your dresser. That's what I mean. Just work a little bit, look for which one is better. That's what I mean, because I don't want you to be confused. What does he mean? In the meantime, while this is drying, I'm going to get 3 blocks of 3, and you see later what we're going to do with it. And of course, again, also with this one, be sure that we have the same length. You see already, this one is a little bit shorter, and I don't know where it is, but one of them is shorter than the other one, and we don't want that. And I think this one is also a little bit shorter. So we take another block, because here we have to be sure that all of them are the same length. It's not totally. Maybe if I do this one. And this is what I mean. Sometimes you have to work a little bit, especially when the blocks are really offline. Offline, that sounds really, really strange. Again, I'm going to glue them together. And this way on the tops. Squeeze it and press it together. We're going to do the same with this one. On the top and over here. And we're going to squeeze it together, and we're going to let it rest also a couple of minutes. So now we're going to get one of the 9 blocks, this one, you see, which we use as a bottom, a top, and 2 middle shelves. We're going to place this over here. We're going to get one of the 3 blocks, and we're going to glue it on top. This way, just do some glue on the top. We're going to turn it over very carefully, and we're going to place it at the ending, and this way. And we're going to do with this one the same. We do some glue over here in the middle, this way, and we're going to place this one on the other side, also at the ending, and make sure that you have a straight line. And we're going to let this dry in. So now we hope the best, the best for it, that it will fit everything. We're going to place this one. You see how easy this one also was. We're going to place this one of 9 apart, and we're going to start with our sides, putting them straight up. We're going to get one of the sides, and we're going to fit them inside. So we're going to go over here and over here. So I'm going to do some glue on all 3 of them. So again, over here, some glue, and on the other side, and we're going to place it over here. Be careful, this way. We're going to do the other one also over here, and you see already I'm doing it already wrong. We don't have to do glue on this side, we only do glue on this side. That's why it's better that I do it already for you, then I can make the mistakes, because I was already not paying attention. And of course this one on the tops over here, and also mistakes are belonging with DIY, so don't worry about it. And again, place it over here, and we're going to do with the other one in a moment the same. But first, what I'm going to do, we need the pieces in between like this. So we need, of course, some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place them in between, but in the middle of the, you have 9 blocks, 1 2 3 4 5, and 5 is the half block. So we're going to glue this one in the half over here, and we're going to place this one, of course, also in the half over here, and this way. We're going to do with this one the same. Do some glue on the top and on the other side, and again we're going to place this a little bit up, and we could place this in the half of the 5, and we're going to close it up also in the half of the 5, and not press everything together, just lay it gently together. Then we can still adjust it, but that's the great thing about wood glue, you still can redo it, and we give it later a paint color so you don't see it anymore. Again, and half over here, and we're going to get this one, and this of course the rooftop, and we are going to do some glue of course on this one is already some glue, and we do now on this top and on this top also glue. And then I hope that everything is sticking together because it's not totally dry yet. But I always say it can dry better when everything is fitting together. So that's always, so I hope everything will stay this way. And I'm going to place it over here. And of course also on the 5. Now we're going to place the sides together very gently. And we're going to place this one together. And very gently, and then work a little bit with it so you have the shape you like. And the middle pieces you still can readjust the way you like it. And of course we are going to still need to work with it, and I'm going to give it a couple of hours to rest. So I place you a little bit closer because everyone who uses the smaller blocks, of course you need 7 blocks high this way, 7, 7, 7. So you have 4 rows of 7, glue them together until one base. And this will be the bottom, the top and the 2 shelves. So you need make 4 of this kind of shelves of blocks like this. Then we do the sides, and you need 2 sides, and it is a lot of 7 blocks, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 and 7 is of course 7 high, and you need 7 wide, and you need 2 of them. Then you could do this kind of planks. You're going to place 1 on the bottom because the sides will be under the bottom. So you will be placing it this way against here, not on top, but against here. So you need 1 over here on the bottom. You need 1 between 2 and 3. You need 1 between 4 and 5, and 1 between 6 and 7. And then you have a piece over here, but of course I would flip it over, would use this as legs, and then you have a plain top and you have a nice legs on top of here. That's the way I would make it if I would use the smaller blocks. So you see already a little peek of the dresser and of course of my little drawers. But I was thinking maybe I like a little simple and easy a lid on top. So I am going to glue 4 blocks together like this, and over here, and this one, and we're going to place this one. It's very simple, of 4 this way. But of course you don't have to do it. This is something I like. You don't have to do it, of course. I'm going to do it this way, and I'm going to let it dry, and I'm going to make 6 of them, of course, because we have 6 drawers. So I'm going to do 6 of them, and then we're going to place 2 blocks over here because we want to be sure that the lid is not falling off, but that's later. First I'm going to make 6 of this one. So all 6 of them are here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 1 loose block, and you see wait, I've already the lid on. I'm going to do some glue in the middle, and I'm going to place this one also in the middle this way. Make sure that you have it in the middle because it has to fit on top of your drawer. And again, a little glue in the middle, and just place this one also in the middle. I'm going to do all 6 of them so I am sure that my lid is not falling off. So I have a block on all of them because now they don't fall off our drawer. If you want to make them from the smaller blocks, the lid is always the same like the bottom of your drawer. So if you have your drawer, I think it was 4, so 2 pieces of 4 if I'm correctly glued together, and this way you also make your own lid for on top of your drawer. So if it is fitting and you want to make them, it's very easy also, just the bottom of your drawer. So now we're going to paint all the pieces, and I do it in one color. I'm a little bit of the sandy color. I hope I can show it to you in a moment because everything is under the paint over here. So I'm doing my best. So you see, this is the color I'm going to use. It's a little bit of white. So I'm going to do my drawers and my dresser, and of course the lids, all of them in the same color. Very easy. So you see, I think it's a very nice color, but of course it's not everyone's cup of tea. So do the color you like. Of course I will do it a little bit faster. And you see already everything is painted in the same color. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my tags, and I'm going to, these are sticker tags, and I'm going to place one on the front side and on the back side of my drawer. Of course, you can find them anywhere. And if you want to give it the seasonal Christmas thing, you can get tags for Christmas. And of course, you can also do maybe some for the Easter, or maybe something for 4th of July. It doesn't matter. You can change it up any way you like, but you also can go for, I'm going for the neutral, so I can use it all year round. So I'm going to do on the front, you see already, it's a very handy sticker. At least if I am, I say it's handy, and it is really, it is really handy. And you see this, just a very simple brown, and I'm going to place it. I'm laying it down and I'm placing it in the middle. At least I'm going to try to get it in the middle. And I'm going to do it, of course, on both sides. And this way. And I'm going to do all of them with the same sticker. So, and with the second one, I'm going to use this one as an example and lay them next to each other, so I can easily get them all on the same height. So use it as an example, and then you have all of the stickers on the same side. So you see already they are both equal. And you see here I did all the little drawers with my simple sticker, just a simple brown sticker, because I think it's for the for me at least it's for every season. What I'm going to do, you can do on the front, you need a knob to open up your dresser, but you can use maybe a knob of a door, you can use some bead, but I'm going to go for some twine. I'm going to place this aside. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do it very easy. I'm going to make 12 of this one. I'm going to do 3 layers of my twine. So very simple, just 3 the piece of twine. I'm going to double it up and keep the top, and make sure that we have the line over here. And of course I need to do one extra, because or else I don't have the line. I'm going to place it, make a little top, and I'm going to turn it on a couple of times. I'm going to do some glue, and I'm going to cut off the rest. So it's very easy to make. And you see I have all the little tassels finished. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my hot glue, and I'm going to glue them on top of here. So this way, so I'm going to do it with all of them on each side, one tassel. So very easy, just do some glue on the back side. And I'm going to place it in the middle over here. And this way, and I'm going to keep it in place for a little moment. And then, so I'm going to do all pieces the same way. So you see, I have all my little tassels on top. And now we only need to place our lid on top. And I am so happy how our cute little boxes turned out, which we can do in our dresser. So everything keeps dust free. So I am really happy with the result. Of course, in a moment you see a quick impression how I decorate it. DIY, we need of course our tumbling towel blocks, we need our wood glue. You can use your glue gun, but then your project doesn't is as steady as it's supposed to be. So I recommend just use some wood glue, or maybe E6000 or something else. But glue from your glue gun is always a little bit tricky. So, but you can just try it, of course. Some wax, some paint at your choice, and some brushes. These are the main pieces we need for this DIY. We are going to make a seasonal dresser. So we will see how this will turn out. The first thing we're going to do for the dresser is going to make middle pieces. So we make a bottom, a top, and 2 in between planks. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 6 blocks like this, and I'm going to glue them together. So very easy, just do a little line on the side, and we only have to do it with 5 pieces. Number 3, and number 4, and number 5, like this. So we're going to place them together and this way, and we're going to make a nice line and squeeze a little in, and we make a nice straight line again and again, pressure, and of course this way, and we're going to lay it beside and make sure that you have a nice straight line. We are going to make another one of 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we are going to do the same, and again 1, and number 2, number 3, number 4, and a number 5, and again we're going to row them together like this. It's very easy to do, just give it a little pressure, and again a nice straight line, and we're going to lay it over here, and again like this, and give it a little press, and you see already the glue is coming out, but in a moment we are going to get our towel and we're going to wipe it away. Number 4 and 5 and 6, and this will be the last for the first bottom. And this is 1, and number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5, and again row them together, and very easy this way, and squeeze it and make a nice straight line. So I'm going to get my wet old towel, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. So you see, I just have an old piece of a kitchen towel, and I'm just going to go over it and wipe away. We don't need the glue, and again make sure that you have a nice straight line so your bottom will be very nicely. And this again, wipe the glue away, and again make sure that you have a straight line. And again over here we are going to wipe away the glue, and we make sure our line, and we clean up our surface always so we don't stick to our placemat. So that's not a great thing. So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So all 3 of them are a little bit dried in a couple of minutes. I'm going to place this one aside and lightly this one, and I'm going to do some glue on the middle over here. Very easy, just do some glue over here and a little over here, and like this. And now we're going to place it down, and place this together, and this one, and we make a nice bottom of it. We're going to squeeze it and make sure that we have a nice straight line again, and we let this dry at least for an hour. And you see, this is already one of the 4 we need. Of course, I'm going to place this aside because this needs to dry, and I'm going to go further with again 6 blocks like this, and I'm going to make again 3 rows of 6 because we need 4 of these planks. So I will do this out of camera at least a little bit faster for you, so you don't have to wait too long. See already we have our little planks for in between. We have a bottom, we have a top, and we have 2 shelves for in between our little dresser. We are going to lay this 4 pieces away, and we are going to make the sides, and the sides are, we need 6 pieces of our sides. So very easy. We are just going to get some blocks. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue in this one in the middle and on this one, and we're going to place 1 block on top of here and 1 block on top of here. So very easy, just squeeze it and press it down this way, and make sure that you get a nice straight line. And we're going to do with this one the same, and again like this, and we're going to lay them beside on this way. We're going to get a block. We are going to do on this side some glue, and on this side we're going to place it down, and we're going to place this one over here, and we take another one, but we are going to do it in the smaller side against it this way, and we're going to again a block on this side and on this side, and again place it down and place it against it, and we get another loose block, and we're going to do it this way. So we get a nice little pattern in our sides, because or else it will be a very straight side. And I did already a dresser, which is also a couple of DIYs earlier. I did a dresser. You can find it of course in the playlist down below in the description box. So if you want to see, and that's more of like a smaller one, and this will be a more of a wider one. Again, we take one block and over here, and we're going to place it down against here, and now we're going to place this one also against it, and we make one straight side like this. It's so easy to do, but it just gives a little bit more structure. I'm going to do the rest and you see it a little bit faster. And you see here we have our 6 sides of our dresser. Now we're going to go further first with the back side of the dresser. So we place the sides also on top of here. We are going now further, like I said, with the back side. And for the back side we need 3 times blocks of 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. And again we are going to do it very easy. Just do some glue on this one, on this one, on a number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, and we row them together again. Very easy, like we did earlier. And we're going to give it a nice straight line, squeeze it, and make, and this is already number 1, so we make 3 of this one, but a little faster. And here you see our 3 back sides, and what we're going to do, we are going to do them this way, and we're going to take 2 of the sides this way and 1 this way. So we are going to glue them together. So we do some glue on this side of the back side, and we're going to do it on this side. Of course I had to get my arm totally twisted to show you. So I'm going to place it down, and we're going to place, of course, in the same height. We're going to do the sides, and we're going to let this dry. I'm going to do the other one the same with the other sides. So now we have the bottom, the top, we have the back side, we have the sides. So we are going to close in our dresser, and later then we will do the drawers, but first we're going to do the dresser. We have one of the planks of 4. We are going to place it down. What we're going to do, we are going to take our glue, and we are going to glue this part and this part, and like this over here, and we're going to do a line and this way, and we're going to go over here and here, and just take little pieces also. And now what we're going to do, we're going really carefully, we are going to turn this over, and of course we are going to place it on here, but on the back side, totally to the back. I show it to you in a moment, but first I'm going to press it down and this way. But I mean, I placed it flat against the bottom, so you don't have an overlay, you don't have a piece back, you just do it equally with the back side, and this will be the front side. So I'm going to again make sure that you have them in a straight line, and also this side, don't forget the sides, and we're going to press it down, and we wait a couple of minutes, and then we're going to do the layer on top. So we waited for a couple of minutes, we are doing some glue again over here and over the line and over here, and we're going to go this way, and again a little extra here, and of course a little here, a little over here, a line here, and then we already have it. And we're going to place our next piece of the 4 on top of here, and of course we glue it totally square of the, not square, how can I say square, at least legally on the back side, so we have a straight line over here, and I have to press it down, and this is equally, and now we're going to get another piece of the sides like this one over here, and we are going to do some glue over here, and then we're going to turn it over here, and against over here, and here, and it's so easy to do, and this dress is very easy to make. Of course we're going to turn it over again. Of course I have to be careful because he's not totally dried in yet, and we're going to place it over here, and again in a straight line again, and press it down a little, and we're going to feel if we have it on the right spot we need it, over here, and again. And you see already this is already layer number 2. And now we're going to do some glue over here, and again, and we're going to do this after each other, because later on I'm going to do on the top some paint cans to make sure to give it some pressure. And again, now we do our number 3, and we're going to do it this way in a straight line again, press it down, and we're going to do the last layer of our dresser, you see, and this one we're going to place it over here. We're going to give it some glue again. I know for some people this takes a little bit too long, just go for, skip forward if you don't want to see how it's done. It's totally fine, I understand. Go for further, and I'm going to place this one, of course, also turn it over. I have to be careful because he is not totally dried yet, and I don't want it to break. And of course we're going to place it over here and make sure we have it in a straight line again, and this way, and we give it some pressure, and we're going to look every time it is looking and feeling with your fingers if you have the straight line, so you get a nice back side. And now we close it up with our top, and that's very easy. Just do some glue again, the same like we did with all the panels, and over here, and we go this way, and this will be the last, and then we're going to place some paint can on top of here to give it some pressure. Of course we close it up, and this way, and we were going to feel with our fingers, and we give it some pressure again, and this is how he's looking like right now. And I'm going to give it some pressure with, like I said, with my paint cans, and we let it dry for at least a couple of hours. And here you see how the dresser is already turning out. You see, this is the openings for our drawers, this is the side, and I'm especially happy with the side. It gives such a nice different way, a different look. And this is the dresser I already made a couple of DIYs earlier, so I will link the video of course down below. But if you want to make this one, but this is more like a smaller one, and now I'm going to make a little bit of a wider one, and even a different one. So we will see if you like this one. Maybe you like this one also. What we're going to do, I'm going to place this aside and we're going to do our drawers. For our drawers, we first going to make from each of them the bottom. So we make 3 bottoms and it's very easy. We just take 4 of them like this and again 4 over here and like this. So I'm going to glue them together. So we only do on the side, on the one, the first one on the one, on the first one, second and the third one, of course, and then we're going to place them together again and again squeeze it and let it dry in. And this is already one. We're going to do the second one, and this is number 2 and number 3, and again roll them together like this, make a nice straight line, squeeze it and let it rest for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to work away the glue. So we did it dry in for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go on the side and we do some glue again, place it down and squeeze them together like this. Now you already have the first bottom of one of your drawers, and we're going to make 3 of this one, but faster. And you see here our 3 pieces of our bottom for our drawers, and now we're going to make the sides and the back side and front of our drawers. That will be pieces of 5 or pieces of 6. So very easy. Just for each drawer we have 2 pieces of 5, and you see like this we are going to do them, and we have pieces of 6 for each drawer, 2 of 5 and 2 of 6. So you see already, and we are going to double this up, and this will be 1 drawer. So I'm going to do 1 together with you. The rest, of course, we do a little faster. So this is 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, and a number 4. We are doing a lot of counting in this DIY, but for everyone who loves to make it and likes the step by step. So, and this is already 1. Now we're going to do this 1 of 6. 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6 will be the closure up, and like this, and we squeeze it in, and we make a nice straight line again on this, and we let this dry in for a couple of minutes, and then we wipe away again our glue. But I'm going to double up. I'm still going to make 1 of 5 and 1 of 6, and that will be 1 drawer. So for the first drawer I have my pieces ready, 2 of 5, 2 of 6, and of course 1 of the bottom. What we're going to do is very easy. I'm just going to glue the piece with 6. I'm going to glue here. I'm going to glue, of course, the other piece of 6 over here, and I'm going to close them up with this 2, and I'm going to close them up over here. And of course, if you are doing it exactly against the bottom, you will keep on this side, and I show you that in a moment. You keep a little piece over because the blocks are a little bit wider when you use them vertical or horizontal, so it doesn't does a little piece thing. But I'm going to turn the drawer over and I'm going to do the back side inside. So, but like I said, we're going to go for some glue on this side first, over here, and we're going to do it on this side, over here. We're going to lay it down, and we're going to place it, and before we place it, we do some glue on this side and on this side, and put it down. And we're going to do the same over here. We're going to do it on this side, we're going to do it on this side, place it down. And now the only thing we need to do, we need some glue on this side and on this side. I hope I have it right, but We will notice that in a moment if it if it is correct or not. So I really have no idea. I am still debating if I am going right or wrong, so we will see that in a moment. We are going to place this one over here. We're going to place this one over here, and again in a straight line, and we're going to place, to close it up, we do it over here and over here, and we're going to try to make a nice straight line, and we're going to press it down this way, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. And here you see our 3 drawers are finished. You see, this is how they turned out, and this is what I mean. You have a little overlay because the blocks are never the same size. If you want to do it, if I do one shorter, then it doesn't fit anymore. So this is the way, and of course you can sort this out if you want to go with it, but I'm going to leave it this way because I'm going to turn them in this way so you don't see the back side. This will be the front side. What I'm going to do, because this is not totally dried yet, I'm going to let this dry, but I'm going to start to paint already the dresser and later of course also my drawers. I use my sanding color chalk paint, of sand color chalk paint, because I love that. I am really totally into it the last period. So, and then if everything is in the paint, I'm going to turn the drawers over and I'm going to take them outside, and I'm going to get my sanding machine, and I'm going to sand a little piece off because now they are really stiff to get them inside of the drawer, so I need a little bit of sanding off on the back side. So don't worry if you think, oh, it doesn't fit, that's correctly because you need to turn them over like this and go with your sanding paper or maybe a machine. I have a little, for me especially, a little sanding machine, so I can go over it, and it's very easy. It only needs a little piece, and then you can easily do your drawers inside. But first I'm going to paint everything. You see, my color is just a little creamy. It's not totally cream color, but at least it has a little bit of the green color. So I'm going to do also the inside of my drawers with this, of the dresser, with my sanding color. So just a little layer, and the wood is still coming through because I like that. So I'm going to paint everything, and you see it a little faster. And here you see everything is painted and dried up. And now I'm going to go outside and get my sander. And I have a sander, is also from the Lidl or Lidl, just how you call it. You find the Lidl or Lidl anywhere around the world. So he was a very well priced. I think maybe I paid a little of 29 or 40 euros, and like I said, he's wireless, and it is really a nice tool for us as a lady to use. So that's always a great thing. You can easily have it in your hand. So I'm going to get my sander, and I'm going to get a little piece off. What I'm going to do, of course, you also can do it with some sanding paper. It only takes a little bit longer, but it is very easy to use such a tool. So I'm going to go outside, sand everything, and everything hopefully will fit then inside of here. And here you see already my drawers are fitting. Of course, I didn't close them totally because I still don't have a knob. So if I am closing it and I don't get it out, then I have really a problem. So I did sand it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the drawer out, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it over. I did place a number on it because I send them on each and every opening. So this is number 3. It's fitting over here. Of course, you can send as long as you want that they are fitting in every every opening. It's also fine too, but I just did it 1, 2, 3, so I'm always sure which one I need. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my furniture wax, and I'm going to give only the underside. I'm going to give a little bit of the furniture wax, and then I'm going to get my piece of paper kitchen towel, and I'm going to make it a smooth surface so he gets easier inside of your dresser. So I'm just going to do the top, nothing on the side, only the bottom. So I'm going to take my time for it because I don't want to ruin the rest of my drawer. our three drawers are in some furniture racks, and I think it looks very rustic, and I think I like the bottom like this. What we're going to do, because we need the sides and we need some knobs on here, and now I have this kind of wooden pieces, but I am not sure if I really like it or not. I would do two of them, but I think they are really standing out much too far. So I am really debating if I just going to saw out the top of the little ball, because I don't like it that it is, for me, he's standing out too much. So I am really debating what I'm going to do, but you can choose anything you like, which you want on top of it. You can do a handle, you can do anything you like, but I'm still debating. So you see in a moment what I choose. And you see, this is how it turned out. I just cut off the top of the little piece, because now he is more shorter, and now I like him this way. And I'm going to do it in the black color. Of course, you can do any color, and you can use, like I said earlier, you can do it in anything you like. So I'm just going to give it with my marker just a black coat, but you can also do it with some paint or spray paint. It doesn't matter, but I like the marker because it works very fast, and it is a very great to have on it. It just doesn't come off very easy. So I'm going to do this, and all 6 of them. So I have my drawers over here, and I did all of them the same way. The opening over here, this over here, so I have them in a row. So I get very easily, I can glue my knobs, because I do the knobs also with some wood glue, because I want to be sure that they stay in place. Because if you use your glue gun, most of the time, if you then you pull your knob off. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place them inside, and I'm going to do one over here and one over here. And maybe if I can see without, and this is one block, you have here a half block, you have here one block, and now I'm going to do it between the one and the second one. I'm going to place a knob, and I'm going to do the same over here. You have here a half, a one, and the second one, and over here. Now I only need to have them on one line, but then you can very easily measure out where you want to have them over here. Now I need to see if I have them exactly in the middle over here, like this, and just measure out. And if you want to have it in another place, it's also fine too. This is just what I do, but you don't have to do it the way I do. So I'm going to glue them on top of here with a drop of wood glue. So I have the knobs on top of here, but you still can move them. If you want to be really sure, just take your ruler and make sure that you have them, all of them, in a straight line like this. And you do here the same. And I have to be sure, I think this one needs a little. And you see over here, this is the way. And now they are totally straight. See already, I place you a little bit closer. And you see now the knobs are on top of our dresser. And I'm so happy how it turned out, especially the side, because it gives so much structure to your piece to do it a little bit different than normally. And of course also the back side, if you do place it on a tray, is very nice to see. So what we're going to do, because I'm going to decorate it a little for the Christmas season, to give you an idea what you can do with it, but you can do it for daily decor, and I use this in my kitchen. So what I'm going to do, I always do the second drawer a little bit open like this, not too much, just a little piece, and the under drawer I'm going to do a little bit further. Like this one, this a little bit closer, so we can do just a little piece inside, but not too much. So this is what we're going to start with. Just open the little drawers. I have here some Christmas greenery and I use 2 of the same pieces you see over here. This are 3 and this one, and I'm going to place one sideways over here and one sideways over here, just to let it come in and coming out. So this gives a little bit more of the green look. So this way. And later we do some berries with it, but now we're going to go on the underside. We are going to take also again 2 pieces of greenery and we are going to place this one. This has a little bit longer stem, so I'm going to go for this 2 and I'm going to do one sideways over here and the other one sideways over here. Then we get another one and we're going to place this in the middle, just very low like this. Of course, I probably need to open up the drawer a little bit more. I have here a rolling pin. It's a very small one. It is, I bought it on the market in Germany. So I don't know if you, maybe children's playground, maybe you can find it there in the store. I don't know. But at least I bought it on the Christmas market in Germany. So I'm going to place it sideways. I have here, of course, some wooden spoons, 3 pieces. So I'm going to lay them together. I take one elastic band and I'm going to do on the underside a little piece to keep them together like this. Very easy, just to make sure that they don't go anywhere, and you open them up and you squeeze them tightly inside, but not totally to the underside, like this. Now I'm going to get my straws, and these are just cardboard straws. And of course I also do a little bend on the underside, not very heavily, just only that they keep them together. So this way, and I'm going to work with it, and I'm going to place one on the side over here. And of course make sure that the elastic band is always inside the drawer, or else it is not really a nice side to see. And again for this one also, like this. And we're going to place this one on the side over here. Of course we have to get away with our spoons, and I'm going to go it under here and over here. And now you can place, I also have a couple of my wooden sticks, so maybe I can use on each side one, so I have to be sure. I take the smaller ones, maybe one next to the your drawer, your, I don't know, straws. Sorry, it just slipped my mind. Of course I'm going to do one, of course, always over here, and I'm going to squeeze it in, and we make our drawer this way and this way. And now we have our, yeah, how you call it here in the Netherlands, we call it I really have to think, this is really bad. Onze garde. Of course, I have to think about it. We call it a garde. So this way you can stir your pieces around. So, but this is also a very small one, and I also bought it on the market. So I'm going to turn it over and lay one on this side and lay one on this. I have to get my, and this one over here, like this. And now the only thing I'm going to do some red berries inside. So I'm going to use one like this. There's 2 of the same. I'm going to place one in the second drawer and sideways in this one. And I have to squeeze a little to get it in, of course. And like this. And I'm going to do now some red in the middle over here. And just place it in. But you can do anything you like. If you want to do it differently, go ahead, do whatever you think is right. And I have here now some other pieces of greenery, and I'm going to get this out of each other. And this is one IKEA plant, and I ripped it apart. I just took everything off and I make a nice bundle of it, so I can use anything I like. So I take a couple of them like this, and I'm going to do an elastic band around it, and I can squeeze it in very easily somewhere, and it gives a little bit more of a different structure than you have only your Christmas greenery. and like this, and I can place one maybe in the middle. And always make sure that you have your elastic band, like I said, inside, because that's always a rare thing to see if you have an elastic band outside. Just move in around it and just go over it, and like this, and we're going to place one over here. And I have to be sure that I work it away like this, and I'm going to do in the other one the same. And then for me it's finished, but you can go as crazy as you want. If you want to see more greenery inside, just go ahead and do more greenery and just go over it. And I'm going to work, and of course I have to be sure that I have it under here. And this is a little bit how my drawer is going to look like for the Christmas season. This is just an inspiration. Do whatever you think is right. In a moment, see the quick impression. Have my craft supplies laying down, so I'm going to show you what we will need for this DIY. We are going to need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks. I have also a couple of the smaller blocks to show you also how much you need when you have only the smaller blocks. I'm going to do my best to explain it. Of course, my glue gun, my glue sticks, my wood glue, because most of the time I glue everything with my wood glue. Some scissors, a little cutting for wire. I have some brushes, and of course some paint. I have my schoolboy paint. I have some sanding colors paint, of sand color paint. That's a better word. And of course, like everyone knows, I'm from the Netherlands, so everything is sometimes a little bit mixed up with Dutch and English, so don't mind that. And I have some beeswax. So of course, these are the main pieces what we're going to need. And what we're going to make, we are going to make little cute boxes with a little drawers inside and a little bit in the twist. So you will see how this will turn out. I make drawers before, but I didn't make it in this way. So we will see how this will turn out. So the first step, what we're going to do, because we also make drawers and we have need some bottoms in our drawers, and the bottoms are not the size of my block, so I have to get my jigsaw and I have to saw them out. You also can do it with your hand saw, but it's a little bit more difficult. Maybe your husband can, if you a little bit scared of using it your own, you can make your husband cut them, because they will be 6 by 6 if you have the larger blocks. I was looking for the smaller blocks, how much you need, but for this stacking drawers, it is a little bit too hard to make them from the smaller blocks. It is a measurement you never get with your smaller blocks. So I really hope everyone can find them online on Amazon or Temu or AliExpress, or maybe somewhere in a hardware store. But of course, I really hope you can find them. A lot of you can find them already, but not everyone. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the bottoms, at least the base for my bottoms. So there's 3 blocks. So I'm going to do 3 blocks together, and I want to make 4 drawers. So I'm going to glue this. This is already number 1 of one bottom. I'm going to lay it aside, and again we're going to make another, and we let this really dry very well, because we need to use our jigsaw, and then you have to be sure that everything is dried up real nice. And this is number 2, and this is number 3. Very easy, just glue it together. And number 3, just squeeze it, press it down, and make a nice straight line. And the last of our bottoms, this will be number 4, and this one. And of course, I'm going to squeeze it and press it down like this. So we have now 4 bottoms, and in a moment they are now 7 by 7 centimeters, because the blocks are 7 centimeters long, and if you do 3 of them, then you have the same measurement. If you do 1 on this side, you see this is the same measurement. Now you have 7 by 7, and I need for my bottom 6 by 6. So there has to be a little piece of the sides, not a lot, but a little piece. So I'm going to let this dry in for a half hour. They are drying now a couple of minutes, and I'm going to get my wet old towel and I'm going to wipe away the glue which is coming out, so we get a nice cleaner surface to work with. So again, wipe it away, and now we have 4 pieces which are very nicely, and now we're going to let this dry further. So our bottoms are drying. What we're going to do, we're going to make the sides of our drawers, and it's also very easy. Just do 3 blocks, do some glue on the side on only 2, and again, like we did the same with the bottoms. Squeeze it, press it down, and for each drawer, of course, we need 4 of 3. Number 1 and number 2, and we're closing it up with number 3, and again squeeze it and press it down, and the third one. Of course, if you are here and you are a little bit bored because this is step by step, of course, I totally understand. You can skip forward, of course, but I always do my DIY step by step, so everyone can make them themselves in their home, and always try to look how far you can come with your tumbling towel blocks, because it's always a challenge. How far do you get with your blocks? So, but if you're bored, maybe you can, this channel is maybe not for you, but of course I hope you stay and maybe you even enjoy it. And now we already have the 4 pieces, and these are already the 4 pieces for our first drawer, but of course we need 4 of them. So we are going to build further with drawer number 2, and then we're going to do number 3 and number 4. But don't worry, I will do it a little bit faster. Don't worry that you have to look to all those blocks. So this one I'll do together with you, and then I'm going to do it a little bit faster. I know you were scared a little bit, that you thought I have to look to all those blocks until she's ready. I will do it a little faster. So we have all the parts of our drawers, of course 4 sides for each drawer, here 4 and here 4, and of course we have 4 for our bottom. And if we let this dry in again for at least for this time a couple of hours, and then I'm going to get my pencil and I'm going to sign out 7 by 7 into 6 by 6. Here I have my 4 bottoms and I have my ruler, and I'm going to measure out 6 by 6. So very easy. This is until here. And I'm going to do also a line over here. And now I'm going to connect them together. Very easy. Of course, I have to press a little bit better, or else the line is not straight. This is already 1 centimeter off, and now I'm going to do it also from this side. And this is 1. And on this side we are going to do also 1. Like this, and we're going to connect them together like this. So now you know already what to cut out, this side, and then you already have your bottom 6 by 6. So I measured out all my 4 bottoms, and now I'm going to get my jigsaw and I'm going to saw my bottoms out so we can make our drawers. So I did cut out our little bottoms, and of course it is not totally straight because it's very difficult to get it straight, but we will work with it even when I draw my lines. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my 4 blocks. What I'm going to do over here, here and here, of course, I'm going to do some glue on one side. These are the normal sides, just the 3 blocks, like this. And I'm going to do some glue on the side. And I'm going to place this one against it. And this way. Very easy. Now I'm going to take a bottom. So this is the 2.5 almost. And I'm going to go totally around with my glue on the side. This way and on this way and on this way, you see here. And now we're going to lay it down over here just on your table. Squeeze it lightly inside of your box, and this way. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give 1 line of glue over here, and I'm going to place it against this one. So very easy, and this way. And now I'm going to take this one and I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to do on this side. So I showed you a little bit better in a moment. So you see, 1 on this side and 1 on this side, like this. And then if you have glued it correctly, you can squeeze it in and you get a nice square. So again, squeeze it, press it a little, and keep it in place for a couple of minutes until it is a little bit dried in, and then you can loosen it up and let it dry on its own. So, but of course I will do this without my camera because it takes much too long for you. So we already have 2 drawers done, and I'm going to do the other 2 out of camera because that's a little bit too much of gluing. And then we're going to go let it dry for at least half an hour. So all our little drawers are already dried up. I still give them a couple of, I think maybe 20-15 minutes extra because I want to be sure that they are really ready to paint. So I'm going to lay this 4 apart, and we are going to make the frames of our dresser. At least the dresser will be in parts, so we will see how this will turn out. You see already I have my placemat clean. We are going to go further with the dresser itself. We are going to make not 3, but we're going to go for 4 blocks. And 1, number 2, and number 3, because number 4 will be the closure up, like this. Squeeze it and press it down, like this. And this is already 1. We go again for side number 2. This is 1, this is 2. And this is number 3. And again, we will close them up, and we have already part number 2 of 4. Again, 3, 4. And of course, I have to wipe it away or else we will be under the glue. And again, number 1. And number 2. And number 3. And we're closing this one up also. And you see already 1 is bigger than the other one. But we were going to work with it because in every package you get blocks which are different. So I always say we have to work with it. Or else you can throw away lots of blocks. And that's really not something I like to do. Because the blocks are not totally inexpensive. They are here $2.99. So for a package, so you have them a lot cheaper if you have the smaller block, but this is of course the bigger blocks. And this is number 4. So I'm going to go This is already one dresser. Here I already have the first side of the first dresser. I'm going to go for the next one. Of course, I'm going to again for 4 blocks, and I'm going to make 4 rows of 4 blocks of 4. So I think that's a better English. So we make 4 rows of 4 blocks. So I'm only doing a couple of them together, and then you can do the rest on your own. And this is number 1 again. And I'm going to do this one, and then I'm going to do it a little bit faster. Number 2 and number 3, and always use the last one as a closure up. And this way, squeeze it, press it, and bring it down, and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And you see here all our dresser sides are finished. Of course, I don't have a back side. They are just will be open. So for the only the drawer you can inside. But you see it in a moment. Don't worry, it will be okay. So I'm going to let this dry for half an hour, and then we're going to make the first side of our dresser. All our pieces of 4 are dried up. What we're going to do, we take 4 of the 4 blocks, and we are going to place them this way. What we're going to do, we're going to do glue on one side, on the top side. We're going to place it down, and we're going to glue this one against it. Just squeeze a little and let it dry in. We're going to get another one. We're going to do some glue on the side. Very easy, and we're going to place it not on this side, but we're going to place it against it because we want to have a square. And this is one. Now we're going to do this one, and of course you see already this one is longer than this one, so we have to do one on the top and one on the front. So this one is for this side, and if we do this one over here, this one will be for this side. So we're placing it in very gently, and we're closing it up, and we just work a little bit with it so we get a nice square, and this way. And now we're going to, if we have it adjusted the way we want to have it, then we're going to let it dry for a half hour. So this one is drying, and I'm going to make the rest of our outside of our dresser. So, but I do it a little bit faster. What we're going to do right now, we're going to make a bottom and a top, because here are our 4 drawers, and of course here are our 4 frames of our dresser. And what I'm going to do, you see already, I have a couple of my blocks which have a brand. You see, there's always one in the packet has a brand. So, but I don't like to throw it away, so I'm going to use it as an underside. So I'm going to take 6 blocks, and I'm going to, this is 4, 5, and 6, and I'm going to glue them together first on this side, and then I'm going to turn it over, of course, because we don't want to see the brand. But now you still can use the brand, and you don't have to throw any block away, because I don't like that. It's a waste of your materials. And this one is just too short, so that's why I don't use this one, because he is really short. So I'm going to squeeze it, press it, and make a nice straight line. I'm going to do with this 6 the same. This is 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5, and 6 will be again the closure up. And this way, and make a nice straight line, squeeze it and press it down, and make sure that you have at least here a straight line and on this side a straight line, so you can easily glue it together. So I have to feel with my fingers if the lines are the same. And also over here, make sure that you have a straight line at least on one of the sides. when you glue it together. So I let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to place one of the on the side. I'm doing some glue over here on the line, and I'm going to place it down again, and I'm going to squeeze them together like this. And this is already the bottom, and now we're only going to make the top, also from 6 blocks 2 times and then glue together, but I will do this faster. So all the pieces are dried up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my paint, and I'm going to use a sand color chalk paint. It's very neutral tone, but you can do anything you like. This will be also a dresser which is a little bit different. It's not a normal dresser, it's just an idea I have in my head, but I don't know if this will work out, so we will see. But I'm going to paint all the pieces in my neutral color. Whoa. It's a difficult word for a Dutch lady. So I'm going to give it a little coloring, and then you will see in a moment the next step. And you see all the pieces are painted, and of course what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the bottom. I have the bottom, of course, one with the brands under it, and of course I did some fills for against scratching my table. So I'm going to place this one down, and I'm going to take this one. But what I'm going to do, because I want to give it a little bit more heightness, because it is a little bit of a dresser drawer with a twist, because this is not a dresser you just pull out of open your drawers. This is an open drawer, so it looks a little bit different, but I thought I want to do something else because I already made dressers before. So if you want to see how I made the dresser, I have one on this channel and I have one on the other channel on Deco Easy. So if you want to see the dresser, go over to the description box. There you find the link for our DIY channels. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to do some wood on the underside of this kind of wooden pieces, and I'm going to place them in each corner like this and on the same height. You see, this is just this kind of wooden pieces. You can buy them anywhere. And I'm going to do some glue on this one, and again place them in the corner, and this way. I'm going to do over here the same, and then I'm going to let it dry in for at least a half hour before we can place the other top on it. And of course it is a little bit of a risk what I'm taking, but this whole dresser is a risk, so I have really no idea, like I told you, how this will turn out. But I always say you have to look for where the tumbling tile blocks can bring you, and I always love to do something different. And this one, and I have to do this one a little bit more forward because he's a little bit out of the line. So go ahead, check it out, and I'm going to let this dry, and then we're going to do some glue on the tops, and we're going to place this one above. So I did wait a couple of minutes, like 15 minutes. Now I'm going to do the difficult part, and I hope this will work because it's a little little piece you can glue on. So I'm going to do a little dot of my wood glue. And this glue is drying up in a transparent, and if it is a little bit white, you can easily wipe it away with your knife later. So I'm going to place it on top and make sure that you have it in the middle. I'm going to place it over here. I measure out with my hands where I need to be, this way, and of course I need to go a little this way, like this, and I'm going to look for if I still have it in a straight line with my, like this. So I'm going to let this dry in. In the meantime, our bottom is drying. I'm going to get my 4 open frames of our kind of drawers. for our drawers, I have to say. I think I'm going to do one this way, and I'm going to stack them up. And you can stack them up anyway. You can do them just 4 on top of each other. You can do it this way. You can do them a little bit sideways and so go around. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go, I think that they are coming over a little bit and this way. So I have to look that I have it in the straight line like this. So I'm just going to do some glue in the middle, just over here. And I'm going to place them. You see already I'm doing this, and I'm just going to make sure that I have it in place. And I have to look for a straight line. And you can do anything you like. If you want to do it a different way, it's also fine too. You have to do what you think it's right. I think I need to go a little bit this way, because or else this one will be too big. And now I think he is almost on the place I want to have it, like this. And I'm going to squeeze a little. And now we're going to do some glue on the one above, and like this. And we're going to get another one, and I'm going to go over and I'm going to change this one also. And I'm going to go for this side, and I have it almost over here and this one over here. Just look around how you want to have it. And this is a little bit more, so I have to go a little bit this way and this way. And I think I can squeeze it and squeeze this one. And now I only need to do the last one. And you see already it's almost too high. I'm going to do also some glue on this one. And I'm going to place my last piece. And I'm going to place it above. Of course, you don't see that anymore because it's already too high. And here you see how he is in totally. I did let it dry overnight. And you see already I just changed the sides up a little each time. I think a quarter I turned them around. But like I said earlier, you can do it any way you like. This will be a little kind of a dresser, maybe a kind of an yeah, how you call it. It's not really a dresser, but a dresser would be if you do the little drawers inside of here this way. But I'm not going to do it because I'm going to give mine a turn. Of course, and I'm going to place it like this inside. You see, I'm just going to do it halfway, and I'm going to do the other one in the other side. So I'm going to make it turn and turn and turn. And I'm going to decorate it. That's why I'm going to give mine a little kind of a different look, but you can do anything you like. So, but before I'm going to place all the boxes or drawers inside, of course I have my underpiece, and you know I did the little pieces inside of here, and I'm going to give them a little kind of layer with my same paint I have for my yeah, of course my bottom, and I'm going to give it the same color. Of course you can do, before you glue it and you want to have it in a different color, then you have to paint them first and then glue them in between. But I am going to do it in the same color like this. So I will finish this off, and then we're going to glue this one on top of here, and then we can decorate it. So now I'm going to place my frames on top. I'm going to get some wood glue. And again, I'm just do some wood glue in the middle, just over here, like this. And I'm going to place my frames in the middle, but a little bit sideways, just like, I think a little bit like this. So very easy, just make sure that you know where you want to have it, and the spaces in between, like this. And I'm going to press it down, and I'm going to let this dry, of course, at least for an hour before we're going to get our boxes or drawers inside, and we are going to decorate it. So my frames are drying over here. What I did, I just took out some things I had in my stash, and a couple of things I just bought recently, because like this, I did buy this kind of this. You see a little owl, a little squirrel, and a hedgehog, if I am correctly. And they were only, all three of them were only 99 cents of 1.99. I have to be precise, I think 1.99, and that's similar like dollars. So, and I'm really happy. These are ceramic, so I'm going to use a couple of them for this one. Of course, I also bought a couple of the little bird houses, and what I did, I am going to get my paint, and this is chalk paint, but a little bit more of a chocolate brown, and it fits a little bit with my little cute owls. So I'm going to paint two of them in the brown color. So I'm going to do it very easy, just get it by hand, and I'm just going to go and paint this one very fast in the same color, like this. So I will take my time for it, but in the moment you see the next step. So the little bird houses are painted, and you see already on top here was a little twine. I took it out because I don't like the twine. What I did, I just take a piece of the greenery, and you see here this one has a little stamp. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my scissor. I'm going to do with one point, I'm going to go inside, make the hole a little bit bigger, like this. And if everything is correctly, then I can get my stamp very easy inside of here. So I have to work with it, and you see he is fitting inside of here. Now I have two little bird houses with a little bit of greenery inside. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to get my frames, of course, and I'm going to get my drawers or boxes, just like I call it. I'm going to place them, and I'm going to do them halfway. I'm going to do this open side here, and I'm going to do the open side from this one. I'm going to do over here. Of course, I have to look what I'm doing, and like this, and I'm going to get this one, and he will be open over here, and this is one. And of course the other one will be over here. You don't see it, or I'm sorry, you can't see it. And you see right now you have open pieces everywhere. And now I'm going to decorate it. So I'm going to keep it very easy. I can place one of the bird houses over here. I'm going to do on the other side the bird house over here on the open side, like this. And now I already have two pieces over here. You see, oh, here's one and here's the other one. Now I'm going to place some greenery, and maybe I was thinking I have here some leaves for the fall, because I'm going to decorate this one for the fall season, but you can decorate it for any season. I'm just going to get which leaves I like the best. I think I'm going for this one and for this one, and I'm going to lay them over each other this way, and I think I'm going to do some glue, and I'm going to place them under our birdhouse. I'll show you in a minute. So I'm going to take the bigger leaf, and I'm going to do some glue on the ending, and I'm going to place this one a little sideways on top of this one. Be careful, don't burn yourself, because it is very hot. And I think because the inside insert is not too big, I think I have to look for it. But you see already he's not totally staying in place. And maybe if I squeeze my birdhouse over it, he will. So I will first going to look if he stays. Yes, he is staying in place. That's a great thing. You see already. Now I'm going to do also for the other one. I'm going to get two leaves, a little this one and this one. And again, I'm going to, and you do this, you can do this with any color of leaves. I chose for a little bit the darker orange, but you can do anything you like. So like this. And it is always very easy to make a very nice bundle, which gives a lot of coloring. And again, I'm going to get this out. I'm going to place this in between to the back side, and I'm going to place this one over it and make sure that everything goes inside like this in the middle. And now you also have some orange coming out. This is already one of the boxes. Now I'm going to go for the frames which are still open, is this one, and I'm going to do it with some little owl, and I think I'm going for the little bit more like the yellow color. Again, I'm going to cut it off. I only rip it off, but you can, of course, get a scissor, and I'm going to do this on top of here. And again, make sure that you don't burn yourself. And I'm going to look for, and I think I'm going to give it one little tip with glue, so I'm sure that it will stay inside, and I glue it a little bit sideways and this way. And then I'm going to get my little owl, and he can stand exactly over here. Of course, I hope you can see it. And I will do the last open piece, and this will totally on top, and you can see it, but you will see this in a quick impression. So right now I'm almost done, and you saw me doing it in one speed. You saw me kind of a little bit decorated because I was so debating what to do. I took already my little birdhouse out because I didn't like it. It was not the coloring which was okay. So I have now a couple of things on my table, and I'm going to use the smaller pumpkins, the little ones. They are also ceramic, and I think they look a little bit better if I can do one over here, and I'm going to do a little bit sideways inside the little drawer. And this is already one, and I'm going to do on the other side. I don't know if you still can see it. If I'm correctly, I'm going to close a little bit closer to you, and I have another one, and I'm going to place this one also on the back and a little bit sideways, so this way. And now I'm going to do, only as a finishing touch, I'm going to do a little piece on top. I painted it already. It's normally in the blank color from your wood, but I already painted it in the black color, and I'm going to place it totally on top of my piece. And I don't know if you can see it already. He is over here. You see already like this. So in a moment you see a quick impression. Already for this DIY we need the tumbler tile blocks, we need the small blocks. Of course I have my little container. If you maybe have laying around a little bucket or maybe some tin piece of what you have left over, just do some pieces inside, and you always have it laying around. But maybe you are the lucky one who has a real nice craft room, so then you are having everything already by hand. But of course I use it always in my container. I have some paint, and you can use some paint at your choice. I use my wood glue, and of course this is the brand, I don't know if this brand Patex, I think it's also in other countries, so I don't think it's only here, but it's for a much thing. But you also can use your hot glue, but be careful that your DIY is not falling apart, because it's a little bit more easier that it breaks. So, and we have our old piece of towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. So this is what we need and what we're going to make. You want to know what we're going to make. We are going to make some Valentine, 14 days Valentine countdown calendar, but of course with a twist. Normally you have them always horizontal, but I'm going to try to make one vertical. So we will see how this will turn out. So first we're going to make the bottom, and the bottom is very easy. You're going to get 6 blocks, and already I have 6 here. We do them on the side. We do some glue on the side. This is 1, number 2, and already roll them together so the glue doesn't fall on your mat. And number 5, and number 6 is the closure up again. Squeeze it and make a nice straight line. And if you want to use a metal hook, it's also fine. Just use a metal hook. I'm not an example for working working the greatest way about this, because a lot of you already said, why don't you use a metal hook? But most of the time I'm just stubborn. I have them in my garage, but I never use it. I always take my time for it to do it this way. And of course we are going to do 2 pieces and 2 pieces together like this. So we do on the tops a little glue, squeeze them together in a moment like this, and again give it some pressure, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. 1 or 2 minutes is more than enough. So now we're going to do this one on the side. We do some glue, a little line with glue, and we do this one on the side and a little line of glue. Over here we're going to place one against this one and the other one on the other side to make a nice little bottom. And be sure that you have it in a straight line like this. And now we're going, because I want to double it up, but I don't want to use all the blocks I need for this one, because we have to be careful with the blocks. Not everyone can find them. So we are going to do again 2 blocks and 2 blocks. So this is the first what we're going to do. This is 1, and we're going to do number 2. Squeeze them together this way, and we're going to do this one, and we're going to give also this one a couple of minutes. So now we have our 2 piece, and we're going just to do a 1 block. On this side a little glue, and on this side a little glue. Over here we're going to place it against this one, and we do here the same on here and on this side, and we're going to place it again over here, and we're going to place this one against here. So we have to be sure that everything is stick together very nicely. Of course I have to work with it because he's not totally straight yet. And we're going to place this one against it and then squeeze all of them together like a little, it's not almost a square, but it looks almost a square, but it's not totally. So we're going to let this dry in. So we are going to take this block and we are going to do on the lines over here a little glue, over here and over here. So very easy. And we're going to carefully place this one on top of here. And again, make sure that you have a nice straight line before you're going to press it down. And this way, and remove the glue on the sides. And on this side. And again, make your lines straight before you're really going to let it dry in. So I think I am very straight. So like this, we're going to give this a couple of minutes. Before I'm going to make my the rest of the little box I'm going to use as my countdown, Valentine countdown, I need first the blocks. And the blocks we are going to make, we're going to make 3 blocks like this. And I'm going to make 4 of them. And this is number 1. And we're going to do this 5 times. So this is 1. And this is again another one. This is another one. And this is another one. So we're going to very easy do some glue on the sides. And of course the third is always the closure up. We're going to do is this and this. And we're going to go do it over here. Number 2 and number 3. and we do it the last one, and 2 and 3. Again, squeeze them together, squeeze, and this one, and this one, and this one. And we're going to give it a little, I think 1 minute, 2 minutes is more than enough. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We do now some glue over here, and we place this one very carefully on top of here. And again, we do some glue over here, place this one very carefully, and you do this one, and you place this one on top, and the last over here, and we're going to place this one on top. And what we're going to do, we're going to place it on the side, squeeze it, and make sure that you get a nice straight line, and again, and this way, and I'm going to, and now you have a nice cute little, yeah, it looks more like a dice if I am correctly, but I think he looks very cute. But we are going to, I'm going to make 4 of them, but if you want to use it also for later, for in December, for the Christmas calendar countdown, then you make 5. But I'm going to make 4 of them, and then you will, later you will see what we're going to do with it. But I may make 4, but if you want to use it also later for the Christmas season, later you can also use 5, because you need more months than that. So we have already, 1 is drying in. We're going to make the other 4 if you make 4, but you can, like I said, you can 5. And I told you, you can use it for the Christmas season. But of course, if you make the 5th one, you also can use it for your everyday decor, because then you can do all the month on top of there. So then you can use it all year round, not only for the Christmas, but you can use it for every day. So I'm going to do the last one, but of course, I'm going to do it a little bit fast. So we have our 4 blocks, or maybe you have 5, and we have, of course, our bottom. We are going to go making the first layer. So we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to glue them together. So easy, 1 and number 2, and again roll them together this way, the same like we did with the other one. And we're going to make 3 pieces of 3, again number 2, and on each other, and the last one, and again squeeze it together, squeeze this one together, and this one, and we're going to wipe away the glue, because on this one we don't want glue. Over here, and again look for that you have it in a straight line every time. Check it out if it is still straight, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes. And of course, I was dreaming, it is Monday for me, so it is not 3 pieces of 3. We need, of course, 4 pieces of 3. So sorry. You need 4 pieces of 3. We just make 1 extra like this, and we're going to let it rest also. From the first opening we have already the sides and the back side, but we also need again the top, and it will be the same almost like this one. So we're going to get 6 blocks like this, and we're going to glue them together again. And number 3, number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is the closure up. Squeeze it in a straight line again, and we're going to do 2 blocks and 2 blocks again on the top, only on the top, and squeeze them together, and squeeze this one also together, and this, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. And over here we're going to lay both of them on the side, do some glue again over here, and over here, and we're going to place it down against here, and we're going to place this one again over here, and we're going to make sure that we have everything like this, and we're going to wipe away the glue very carefully, what we don't need. And we're going to let this rest also. So this is the first layer of our little box we are going to make, but we need of course more layers. I'm going to make extra 12 of this one because I already have 4 of them and I need 16 in totally. So I have 4 and I'm going to make 12 extra. And here you see already my 16 pieces of 3. The 4 we already made together and now I made 12 pieces extra over here. So in totally I have 16. I have 1 like this, but I need in totally 4 for the top and the middle shelves. So this is not the bottom is over here, but for the shelves we need 3 shelves and we need a top. So we need 4 of this one extra. We already have 1, so we only need 3 extra right now. So we have our 16 pieces of 2 and our 4 pieces extra of our shelves, and the top will be, one of them will also be a top, but 3 will be a shelf. We're going to lay them aside like this. We're going to place this one over here, and again this one, because they can dry. We're going to take 2 of the blocks and we're going to glue them together. So get 2 of the and place them together. We do this 4 times. Again, make sure that you have a nice fitting together. So that's really important that they fit nicely together. Again, number 2. We're going to do again over here. We're going to look for and this 2, and again glue them together, and another 2. Look like they are fitting very nicely. So, and we're going to do this one, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So we have 4 of them we glued together, and of course I need to wipe away the glue we don't need. Of course I have to make sure that I have a straight line or else it's not fitting. Now we're going to build them together very carefully because everything is not totally dry, and I'm doing that on purpose because maybe I still need to readjust it, so you never know. So I'm going to get 1 of this piece like this. What we're going to do, we're going to get a double block like this, and we're going to place it on the ending of this first of 2, and we're going to place it exactly over here. I showed you, I'm going to glue it and then I'm going to show to you what I mean. Then I showed you a little bit closer. So very easy, do some on the bottom, and we're going to place it over here. And I'm going to place it, and if you give me a moment I will show it to you, but first we're going to make sure that we have a straight line, and like this on the middle, and I'm going to get now 2 loose blocks like this, and we're going to do some glue on the side and on the underside, but make sure that you have the blocks this way, vertical, no, horizontal, if I'm correct, yeah, horizontal, and you do some on the side like I said and on the bottom, and you're going to place it on the ending of the middle blocks. You're going to place them on the ending, but of course I'm going to show you this also in a moment, don't worry. And I'm going to do another one on the sides and on the bottom, and I'm going to place this also over here the same. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure over here, and redo it if you are out of the line like this. So, and I'm going to let it dry a couple of minutes, and then I show you exactly how it's looking like. So I'm going to show it to you a little bit closer. So this is what I mean. On the back side you have a little overlay like this because you are gluing this 2 block on this row of the 2, and you're going to glue it, especially because I'm going to show it to you on the side. You can exactly see where you need to glue it on this line, And this one you need to do on the first block, but at the ending. Of course, I'm going to show it to you also this way. You can easily see how it is glued. And of course, we are going to do all 4 of them the same way. I could do it, of course, a little bit faster. I was measuring out because on top of here will be another bottom, but if you're going to get your block, of course, he is fitting inside, but it is very narrow because it is almost like not even a millimeter, if is correctly. And I think for me it's too little. I want to have a little bit more room that I can shove my little block inside. So what I'm going to do, I have to improvise because with countdowns it's always very difficult to get the right measurement. What I'm going to do in between every layer is we're going to glue one of the blocks together this way, and we're going to glue, so lately we're going to glue this one on top of here and one over here and one over here, but we're not going to do it straight up. We're going to give it an extra like a decorative layer. So in a moment you see what I mean, and you do it in between while you're building the rest. You can build this very easy in between. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes, then we're going to place some glue over here on this line, over here and over here. So it's very easy to do, but if you don't mind to maybe that you have to sand it off, then you can build it this way, but I don't like it. I really don't like this. It's much too narrow, so I have to make it better. And I don't like if you are at home and you are making this DIY and you are saying, but it is not fitting, it is not fitting. So that's not very nice. Then you don't like the DIYs anymore. So what I'm going to do, so very easy, we're going to lay this on top of here at the ending. Very easy, give it a little bit of pressure over here. And we're going to get a loose block. And of course, you can do a little drop on the side over here only. That here also sticks on the other one. Over here. And we're going to lay it on top of each other. And we're going to do here the same. Just a little drop at the ending. And we're going to lay it over here. It's so easy to do, but it makes a lot of difference because then your blocks are very nicely together. So again, like this. And we're going to let this dry. So because it's a little bit of chaos, I'm going to do one extra with you. We're going to get our middle shelf. We're going to do some glue on the underside of one of the piece like this. We're going to place it again over here. And again, squeeze it and press it down. We're going to get 2 of the little shelves we're going to do on the side and on the bottom. And like I said, you have to have them horizontal. And we're going to place this one, of course, over here. And be sure that you squeeze it also a little bit. We're going to do this one the same on the bottom and over here. And we're going to place this also the same horizontal like this. And again, squeeze it and give it a little bit of pressure on the line. And now we're going to get 2 loose blocks because we need to make an extra layer. We're going to do 2 together, place it together. Over here we do some glue, over here and over here and over here. And then we almost already have our, you see already, I would already go down with my fingers. You saw me doing it. You saw me flashing it. And this way we have to make sure that we have it in a straight line. Be careful that you have it in a straight line because that's always looks very nicer. And again, we're going to place this one on top of here. Give it a little bit of pressure over here. And 2 loose blocks. And then we already have the second one. We're going to place it over here. Of course, I almost forgot to do a little drop. So it's also connected on the back side. Over here. And squeeze it. And we do here the same. A little drop on the back side. And we're going to place it over here. It's almost, you don't have an overlay, but you have a little overlay like this. So, and we already have number So we have our 4 pieces, we have our 4 blocks, our squares, and we're going to have our bottom. And see, we're going to turn our bottom this way, so we have a flat surface. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this one over here, very easy, and we're going to turn it over and we're going to place it on our bottom, and we're going to place it in the middle. So we have on the back side and on the front side we have a little space over. On the sides you try to get it as flat as you can have it, so give it a little bit of pressure. Look for if you have it in a straight line. And we're going to do the second one. We're going to do some glue over here and over here. This is very easy to do, and we're going to turn it over and we're going to place it in the middle again. Give it some pressure on the sides and make sure that you have it in the line you want to have it. Of course, I have to go a little bit backwards because I am already on the front, because you don't see it, but it looks very strange if I look at look at this way. So we're going to do it this way, like this, and we're going to do the rest, but you still can redo it. We do this one, and then we're going to look which shape we like the best. We're going to turn it over again, and like this, and we're going to get, of course, the last one, and they also will be the top over here, and we're going to turn it over on top of each other this way. So, and now we're going to let it rest for at least a half hour till, or maybe 1.5 hours. And here you see a little bit behind the scenes, I did place a little paint can on top of here to give it some pressure, so the glue is very sticking very nicely on top of everyone. And you even make that blocks which are not always even get a little pressure to go down. So if I can recommend it, just do a paint can on top. And this is how he is looking like right now. And I'm so happy with our little, yeah, it's kind of a dresser. You can use it for anything. You also can do paint this one and do some little pieces of figurines or something else inside. You can use it for anything. So what I'm going to do on the top, because I want to finish it off. I can do something like this, so it's a little big, but I think this one is a little bit too big on the top. You don't have to do it. If you don't like something on the top, don't do it. And I also like this one. Oh, you see already, like this. So I'm still debating what I'm going to do on top, but if you are finding some wooden pieces from the fall season, from the Christmas season, from any season, just grab a bag and collect them, because you will have so much fun with it to place endings on top of pieces. So I always collect this in this bag. So I'm going to find out which one I will do on top, and then we're going to paint it. So I did find it. I am going for this one, and I'm going to do some glue, and I'm placing it on the top in the middle like this. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes to dry, and then we're going to paint. So I'm going to start painting my little kind of a dresser in the little bit of the cream color like this, because I like a little bit more of the neutral tone. And the blocks I'm going to give a little touch of the Valentine, because not too much. I don't like it that everything is red or pink or something else. I only love a little touch. And the great thing, because this is such a small piece, you can easily place it anywhere in your kitchen, in your living room, even on maybe if you have an office, you can use it for. So I am really happy how it turned out, especially the size. Of course, I'm going to paint it because I talk too much. I'm sorry, I always love talking to you. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to do the first side, the inside, and I'm going to give it, you see, a little bit of the creamy color. And you see already our little box is drying. What we're going to do, we're going to take our 4 pieces. Our blocks will be, what will be the numbers? Whoa, this was repeating very fast. So we're going to make, at least I'm going to make 2 red and 2 white. So I'm going to get a little bit of the brighter red. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to do 2 in the red colors. And not too much. This red is not totally covering, and I really like that because later we are going to make the numbers of it, and I think I'm going to do this with a black round and then the number inside, but we will see. Maybe I do it different, but first I'm going to paint this red and two of them white. So you see already it's one big mess on my table. I did the two red, but I was changing my mind. I did do in a little top of a bottle. I did a little bit of white and a little drop of red because I think pink looks better, and then I do a white round on top of here and the number will be black. I think that looks better than what I had in mind. So I'm going to paint this one, of course, in the pink color, and the other one also. So then we get a pink one and we get a red one. And I think the pink is very light, so I think it will look nice. But of course, choose any color you like. And you see here already, here is the little box, and of course our 4 blocks in the pink and the red. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give now the top, I will give something like a heart. I'm going to give here one of the numbers, here one of the numbers, and here the month. Of course, if you made a block extra, you also make a block extra for the month, because the months have a year have 12 months, so you need 2 blocks because 6 can be on 1 block, and then that's why you need the 5th block if you do it for the whole year round, to give it for your everyday decor. And you probably don't paint it then pink and of course red. So what I'm going to do, my idea was just to do this kind of little sponge and just do it in the white, and then make a nice round on top of here in the white, and then do the number on top. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to use my sticker tags, and of course here in the Netherlands we call it etiketten. So, but I'm going to cut off a little square over here, and I'm going to glue of a stick on all sides. I'm going to do some stickers, so I'm going to change it up and give it a little bit more like a farmhouse look, but at least a little bit more like a rustic look. That's a better word, I think. So I'm going to cut out for all the sides a little square. So you see already I have my stickers on top of here, and I like the brown color with it. What I'm going to do right now, I'm not a great someone who can draw very easy numbers, words or something out of hand. I am really not good at it, really not. So what I'm going to try, I'm going to look for if I have here some sticker letters and numbers, if I like it or not. So I have to experiment with it. So I'm going to do, like I said, try to do something with a heart or something else. And I'm going to do here with the numbers, at least that I have 1 and 4. And here we're going to do the months, like I told you earlier. So I'm going to only do the first 3 letters of the month. So we will see how this is looking like. You see already on the mess on my table, it was a little bit of a task to get everything fitting. And I am really happy with the gold letters. It gives a little bit more like a high-end look. And of course I have the 1 and the 4, and of course all the knit. And now I'm going to, with my gold marker, I'm going to make on the sides a little heart over here. Very simple, very neutral, but you can do all the way with something else if you are someone who can draw very easy. So I'm just going to make a heart, and then I'm going to do around the brown lines. I'm going to do with my black marker, I'm going to make the lines black. And then we almost are finished, and you see, of course, in a moment, the quick impression. For this DIY, we need, of course, our tumbler towel blocks, our glue gun, of course, some glue sticks, some wood glue, maybe some Mod Podge, I don't know for sure, some brushes, some scissors, and of course, I did forget to put on my table our furniture wax of paint at your choice. What we're going to make for today's DIY is we're going to make a dresser with some drawers inside, but of course, a little bit with a twist, like always. We are going to start with the outside, with the dresser part, and we are going to do that with some wood glue because we want to make that it is very sturdy. So I'm going to take, like this, 5 blocks of 5. I have to say it right. 5 blocks, so we're going to do some wood glue and a little line over here. This is 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and this is all we need, and we're just going to close them up this way and this way and this one. Oh, of course we have to we have to do it this way. Now we are really closing it up with some wood glue this way, and we're going to let this on dry. We take another one of 5. You see already my box is already falling off my table. I'm so sorry. So this again, we do the same routine. 1 and number 2, number 3 and number 4, and again we're going to place them against each other and this way. So, and just squeeze it and let them dry for at least 1.5 hours. I know this takes a little bit more of your time, but you will be very happy when your dress is not falling apart. Well, sometimes with glue from your glue gun, sometimes pieces fall apart very easily. So we are going to do this with some wood glue, and I'm going to let this dry for 1.5 hours. Our bottom is almost dried up. What I'm going to do, and do one piece on the side. I'm going to do some glue a little bit in the middle, like here, this way, and a dot over here. And I'm going to place it down again, like this, and just squeeze it against each other so we have a nice closed bottom. This is very easy, just 2 pieces of 5 glued together with some wood glue. And I'm going to, this is the bottom, I need a top, and I need 2 pieces in between. So we are going to make 4 of these pieces with the bottom included. So I'm going to do that first because this needs some dry time. On the side of me, our bottom, top, and our 2 in-betweens are drying. What we're going to do, we are going to build the dresses stages because we need 3 stages for our drawers. So we need 2 of 5 and 1 of 4, and this is 1 stage of our drawer, and we're going to make 3 drawers. So we need 3 pieces of this is 2 for this one, and of course 2 for the other one, and 2 for the other one. So we need 6 pieces of 5 to make it very easy. I hear myself talking, and I make it unless complicated for you. You just need you just need 6 pieces of 5 and 3 pieces of 4. So that's very easy. Why didn't I tell you that in the first place? So very easy again. I just do one together with you, and the other one, of course, we do a little bit faster. Again, just like we did with the bottom, the top, and the in-betweens. Just do some glue on the side, and on this side it's very easy because you can glue it very easily together. The only bad thing about wood glue is that it needs so much time just to dry. But if it is dried, it is so sturdy. So that's why we do the dresser with the wood glue. And this way. And now we just do with the same like we did with the bottom. Just place them together and make a one straight nice line this way. And we're going to do this and this one on the top of each other, of not on top of each other but next to each other. That is a better word. I'm so sorry for everyone who really doesn't like my mistakes or something else. Just I'm really sorry. This content is not for everyone, because I am, like a lot of you already know, I am Dutch and my language is not English, and I know a lot of you are really bothered that my English is not the greatest, and that they don't hear me very well. I really am sorry. I'm doing my best to do everything as perfect as I can and explain it to you as perfect as I can, but I cannot make everyone happy. So if you are bothered with me, maybe this content is not for you. So I'm sorry to say it, but maybe yeah, sometimes I do my best and I cannot do more than that. So for everyone who really enjoys to see how I make it, I hope you understand me really well, really well. But the most of you are so kind to Dyanne and me, so I am really happy with you as all my friends. So I'm going to let this dry for a couple of at least I think 10-15 minutes, and then I'm going to do some glue in between and I'm going to glue it, and then we let it dry for 1.5 hours. Our pieces are dried up. What we're going to do, we're going to make 3 U's, at least, I mean, like this. If you, this way, very easy, like this. I'm going to place this one aside, the 5 and the 5, and we place the 4 we do on each side of the 4 blocker. We are going to do some glue. So on this side and on the other side, some glue, this way. And what we're going to do, we're going to place it in here on the end, and we're going to place this one against it and this one on this side, and make sure that we have them both in a straight line like a U. If I am correctly, it's almost a square but not totally. So, and I let this dry, and I'm going to do with this one the same. Place it on the side, place this one on the side, do some glue on the 4 block, again over here, and on this side, because the 4 block needs to be in between, and again place it over here and place this one against each other. Make sure that you have a nice U like this, and I'm going to do the last one also this way, this one over here, and again on this one the same, very easy. And on this one, this is everything we need to do. We place it in here against each other and place this one over here like this, and now we let it dry for 1.5 hours again. Our pieces are dried up. You see already one of the pieces and one of our bottom. So we have 3 of them. We're going to lay this like this, the blocks over this way, and I'm going to do some glue. Of course, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to go totally around, and I'm going to place this one on the back side of this block and try to get it as even in the middle as you can. And I'm going to get a straight line and this way, and then I'm going to squeeze it down and let this dry also. And this is what you get, you see, this side. And now we get nice little sides over here. So I love always that it's sticking over a little piece. So I'm going to do the rest and then we're going to build further. I have all my 3 pieces, which we are going to later do a little drawer inside. What I'm going to do, this is the bottom because one little piece of my block is missing out. I don't know how it is, they always come sometimes in a package and there's one piece of the block is gone. I don't know why they do that and just don't do some better control it, but I don't know, but I didn't see it and now I'm seeing that he's missing a little piece of his block, so I have to work with it. I'm going to do this one and I'm going to place this on top, and I have to be sure that I have it in a straight line and place it on top of each other this way, and make sure that you have it almost on top of each other and in like this. I can show to you. I turn it over like this, and I'm going to do now some glue on this, place this one on top and do this one also on top, and then we do a paint can on top of it to give it some pressure. So our dresser is drying. What we're going to do, we are going to make our own drawer, and we are going to start with the bottom. We take blocks of 3, and I have to be sure that I have the same size, and I'm going to do some glue and place it together. This is one, and the last one already for our bottom is a number 3. So it's so easy to make just a piece of 3. We are going to make another piece of 3 for our sides like this, and the last already from this one, and this is also already finished. And now the other side is also 3, and then we go further with the other sides, and they are also not 3 but only 4. So again like this, and I hope that my blocks stay the same size, because like a lot of you also have struggling with the sizes of our blocks. The one time they are bigger, the other time they are smaller. You never know when you get your package. And this way, this is number 4 and the last of number 4. This feels very small, and this is 2 and number 3, and the last one number 4. So if everything is correct and you're doing this DIY also, you have 2 pieces of 4 and 3 pieces of 3. What we're going to do, we place our bottom, we get 1 block and we do some glue on the underside over here, and we are going to place it against here. Make sure that you have it in a straight line this way, and I have to get it a little moved, and now you have such an angle like this. This is the bottom, and now we get our piece of 4, and we are going to do some glue on the side and on the underside, and we're going to place it against here, squeeze it and press it down like this. And what we're going to do, we're going to take now this one, and we are going to do some glue over here and some glue on this side. So on here and on here, I have to think myself, because I want to be sure that I have it on the right space. And see already, I do it on the wrong space. I do it already on the underside. So you see, I am also making mistakes like everyone else. So, and place them against each other, squeeze it and press it down like this, and keep it in place for a couple of seconds. And then I'm going to remove my glue because I glued myself totally under. You see already, I have here all is glue. But don't worry, give yourself some grace. Everyone makes mistakes. I make them day in, day out with every DIY I do. So again, we already have this part. And now we're going to place the 1 of 4, and it's very easy because we are going to glue this against each other. So it's very easy. We just do some glue over here on this line. We're going to do it on this line and on this line. And now we only need to place this side on top of here and just squeeze it and press it down. And now we already have one of our drawers. And you see he's sticking over a little bit, and I like that because I like a little bit of a different structure. So don't worry about it. If you don't like it, then you have to make them a little bit different. But I'm really happy with this one, so I'm going to make the rest. You see here the drawers are finished, all 3 of them. What I'm going to do, before I'm going to give them a knob, I'm going to paint this front side, only this front side, in the black schoolboy paint, but you can choose any color you like. Maybe you want the total dresser in the white color, or maybe in another olive green or something else with fitting for your decor. Go ahead, just paint it. I'm going to do the rest in some furniture wax, but I'm going to do these middle pieces. I'm going to do with some black schoolboy paint. So I always love my black schoolboy paint, but of course, like I said, you don't have to do it. And I'm going to, and you see already how much it changed up. And then if I have done the fronts, I am going to do some block and I'm going to give it a knob. So now I take my wood glue and I'm going to give some wood glue on the underside, because I want to make sure again that he is really steady under my little drawer, because it's sometimes in the kitchen and somewhere else it gets a lot of things that you do in. You don't want that the under pieces are falling off. So we're going to turn it over like this and we're going to place this exactly in the middle. I have to look that I have it in the middle. So of course I still need to go in front and this way. I think I have it in the middle. Now I'm going to place a paint can on top of here and let it dry again for 1.5 hours. But I'm already going to start with doing this in some painting. Of course I was saying painting, but I mean the furniture wax. So I'm going to use the antique color, a little bit of the darker color. You see already he's very dark, but I like the rustic look on it. And I also go over the black schoolboard paint with my wax to give it also a nice, yeah, it gets even a little darker, the schoolboard paint. So that's why I go over it also. So I will finish this off. Everything is in the furniture bags and I let it dry, and then I wipe it off with some piece of kitchen towel, and in a moment you see the end reveal. And here you see. For this DIY we need of course again our tumbling tile blocks, our wood glue or maybe your hot glue, of course the paint at your choice. I have here my little container with some scissors, some markers, some brushes, and of course a cutter, and of course my old piece of kitchen towel which is wet, so we can wipe away the glue we don't need. So these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. And of course what we're going to make is a little bit kind of a twist. It's, of course it can be turned out as kind of a dresser, kind of a tray. It's a little bit of both. So we will see how this will turn out. The first step, what we're going to do, we're going to make the sides, and the sides will be, for the first side we need 12 pieces of 4. So it is very easy. We just glue them on the top this way, and we're going to do this way. And of course I have to work with it because the blocks are totally out of line. I don't know what they do the last time with the packages, but it's really really awful. You see already one is bigger, one is smaller, one is totally crooked, but we are going to work with it. So this is already number 1. And we're going to do this 12 times. Of course, I don't do 12 times together with you. Don't worry. Or else you will run away. And we don't want that. Because I hope you enjoy always the step by step. Again, 4 pieces. Again, glue together. Squeeze it down and lay it in place over here. The rest I do a little bit faster. So you see I have all 12 pieces, and of course they are still not dry, and I'm also not going to let them dry in too much, because like maybe a lot of you also have, they are so crooked, all the blocks, at least most of them, and I have to work with it because we don't throw things away. It's really sad always to throw things away. So I'm going to keep it and I'm going to make the best of it. But if I am going to, because I want to have the side of my tier tray, dresser, at least what it will look like. We are going to do the side, and it will look a little bit like a house on the top. So the house here in the Netherlands, you see already in Amsterdam, you see already most of the time they go this way, like a stair. So you will see that in a moment. So I'm going to place them all on the sides. And I'm going to glue them all together, because now I can still readjust them and even get a flat backside. And if you let everything dry in, then it's difficult to readjust it again. So I'm going to start with 2 of the pieces, and I'm going to glue some on the top from one block to the other one, all the 4 blocks. this way, and I'm going to place it carefully on the side, and I'm going to place this one carefully on the side, and I'm going to glue this one together. Very easy, like this. Make a nice straight line. This is already the middle piece of our side. Of course, we are going to let it go down in places. So we are going to take one block, but we're not going to do it totally on the top. So we're going to start halfway, and we're going to do it also halfway over here. So not the whole block. Leave a piece open and leave a piece open over here. We're going to place it on the side, and we're going to get one loose block, and we're going to place it over here, and make sure we use it as kind of a measurement. And again, squeeze it and press them together. And you see, we have left over one piece. We are going to take for the other side the same. So we're going to do some glue over here, and we stop a little over the number 4. Again, we take this loose block. We're going to get this one, place it on the side, and again, use it as a measurement so you are sure that both of the sides are glued together on the same way. So you see already, the middle piece is already going wider and wider. We're going to again place this one over here, and we're going to glue again the same way like we did with the thing, a little over here and a little over here. We're going to get it carefully over here. We're going to place it on the side, and again, use this as a measurement, a loose block, and we already have one. Again, over here, squeeze it and press it together, and especially press it down. So you always get on the underside will always be a flat side where we can use for our shells we will use for in between. Again, we're going to place it on the other side over here. Of course, I have to work a little bit with the space I have. And I have to be careful because it is not dry yet. We're going to do some glue over here and over here. And you see, we have our measurement already here. Place it on the side, and we're going to place it against each other. Of course, we have to be sure that everything sticks together. And this way, we're going to place on the other side again, because we work from one way to the other one. And I hope that it gives a nicer look. Again, we do some glue over here and over here, and we're going to place it very carefully over here and squeeze it together, and this way. And we get a nice package of blocks. Of course, it takes a little bit more of your blocks, but the look will be much better if you are do it this way. Of course, you can also use the blocks flat, and you need 16 blocks less, but I don't like the look so much. But if you think this is much too many blocks for me, then you have to go for that one. So again, place it over here, and again we're going to squeeze it together, and this way. And we're going to place this one on the other side. We're going to do this one over here. Wipe away the glue we don't need. And we're going to place this one. And I know for some people this is maybe a little bit boring, but I always do it also for the people who love to see how I make the DIYs. So again, place it over here. And you see already, it's already starting a little bit to look like the top of a house. Again, squeeze it. And again, measure out. Yes, I am right. I'm going to do it for this one. And again, we're going to wipe away the glue, or else we get one big mess. It takes a little bit more of your time, but afterwards you will be happy. See here again also. And you get a little bit a nicer workspace. Most of the time I always glue everything under, but I'm trying not to do on camera to glue everything under. And you see, we're going to do this one. We are almost there. We're going to place it on the side, place our block, and we're going to glue it together. Very easy. And again, press it down like we press the blocks down because we want to have on the back side a flat space like this. And now we're going to do for this one, and we are almost there because we are already busy with the last blocks. And again, a row over here. And we're going to place this one over here and place it together. Measure out real nice, and especially if you measure out this way for the second one is also very easy to make. Now I hope I get it off my mat, and we're going to do some glue over here, and we're going to take this one, place it over here, and we're going to place it straight up this way, and we're going to press it against each other. And now we already have one of our sides, and this one we are going to let dry, of course, a little bit longer. But now, because the glue was not totally dry in, we can very easily work with it and press everything down this way. And then we can leave it for at least, I think it's better, a couple of hours. This way. And now we're going to go for number 2. And before we go further with the rest of our DIY, of course, I also give you, for everyone who uses the smaller blocks, the sides also, what's in between is very easy to make, but the sides will be 6 blocks like this in a row, glue them on the tops and make one nice line of 6 blocks. And you do this 12 times. So you also need 12 rows of 6 blocks, and then you do the same. The first 2 you glue really together, just like I did with mine, and then you use a smaller block also as a measurement, place it in between, and then glue them together. Always glue a little bit over here until over here. So, and then you get the same kind of a houses like we have here in Amsterdam. So, and you make 2 pieces of this one also, like I am going to make 2 pieces of the bigger blocks, and then we all have the same sides. So, and I'm going to make the second side of our DIY. And what I'm going to do, of course, for everyone who uses now the smaller blocks and loves maybe to use also the bigger blocks, go to the description box down below, and there you find a kind of a tips where you can find the bigger block. So go ahead, check it out. You will find it on this channel, all about Christmas, but also on our main channel, Deco Easy. So check it out. I'm going to make, of course, again, 12 pieces of 4, but I won't bore you with that. Don't worry, don't walk away. I will make them first. And you see already, I have my 12 pieces again. What I'm going to do, you see already, I have a couple of them with the brand on top. Each package has one of them with the brand of it from the wood where it's made. Of course, we don't want to see it, so we use already this tool already for gluing together for the middle piece. And we're going to do it this way, and I'm going to carefully place it on the sides because it is not dried in yet, but it doesn't matter if it's not totally dried because it dries later. And again, we're going to do, and if you also have a marker in your package, make sure that he's not on top, on the bottom, because or else you can see it on the top a little piece, or you see it on the bottom of your size, and that's not what you want. So make sure that you work them away in the inside. So like I do, I'm going to do some glue on here this way until here. I'm going to get my, of course, my measurement like 1 block. I have to work with them. I have to place them aside and this way, and I'm going to place this one on the side. Make sure that we have our loose block over here, and then we're going to place it over here, squeeze it, and now we're going to place it on the other side this way. We do some glue on this one over here, but I think you already know how it is made. This way, I'm going to do it over here and squeeze them very carefully together, and also place them down. Don't forget to place, you see already, this is, if you place it down, it goes down, but you see already how much different in sizes there is in this kind of blocks. I don't know how it is. Sometimes I have blocks where I buy them. They are really such a great piece of wood. But the last time is so bad, but like I said, we are going to work with it. It's only $2.99 from 60 blocks, so you can't say a lot about that, but at least not for here in the Netherlands. And we're going to place it aside. I'm going to do it a little higher this way and press it down. And we go to the other side again, because we go even up, and we're going to wipe away the glue. Again, place it over here. We're going to do some glue on this one over here, and we're going to place it on the side, and we're going to measure out, and we're going to glue it again, and this way. And I'm going to go on and on and on until it is done. But I won't, again, I will not bore you with the second one. So this will go a little bit faster. So we have our two sides laying to dry, so they are resting in at least a couple of hours. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make 12 blocks this way and next to each other. Very easy this way. And I'm going to glue them on the sides. Again, so this one, and just make one long row out of it. And this is number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10, and number 11, and number 12 will be the closure up again. Squeeze it and press them together and make a nice straight line like this. And of course it's not totally straight line because the blocks are not the same size, but we're going to do with it. Again, we have 12 blocks. And we're going to do the same, because this will be the back side of our experiment. It is a dresser. It's not really a dresser. It's not really a tray. I really don't know what it is, but you can name it. You can give a nice name for it. And I'm going to do the last blocks and this one. And if you are going to make one of your own, maybe you like it also to show me what you made, and of course also on our other channel what Dyanne and I can see. So you can always email us. This is of course all about Christmas NL, and of course we call it apenstaartje, but I don't know how you call it in English. It's Gmail. But you will find it in our description box. Again, wipe away the glue. You don't need this way, because also we would love to see what you make, because we all are amateurs and we just do what we like and show what we like. So, and I'm always really happy to see also what you are going to make. So I'm going to let this rest in for a couple of minutes. So we have our 2 pieces of 12, and of course I'm going to do very lightly. I'm going to place it on the side. I'm going to do some glue on the side. Oh, you see already. Do it on top of it and not next to it like I do. You see already, it's already coming out. And we're going to place it very carefully. It doesn't matter if it breaks, because you still can redo it, make it like one nice piece. And that's what the great is, if you don't let it dry up totally, and you can even redo it. You see already he has still need to come over here and make a nice straight line, as straight as you can. And see already these two are really, really small. And I'm still debating if I am not taking them out. I think I'm going to take them out. You don't have to do it, but they are really small. So I'm going to try to do again these two. And I hope that they are fitting a little bit better before I'm going to glue them. So I'm going to let this dry in a moment. And of course, I told you just earlier for our email address, of course, it is at gmail.com. So all about Christmas NL at gmail.com. And of course, with Deco Easy is decoeasynl at gmail.com. So now you also have the right mail address. And of course, you find it in our description box. In the meantime, this is drying. Of course, if you use the smaller blocks for the back side, I would go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 blocks in a row. And I will do them 3 times and then glue them together. So you get 3 rows of 17 blocks, and that will be the back side. That will be in between your kind of houses you made on the side. Of course, 17, 17, 17, glue it together, let it dry. So in the meantime, is our back side is drying. We are going to make the bottom, and that's very easy. We are just going to glue 4 pieces of 4 together. So on the sides, place them together, this one. And of course, number 4 will be the closure up. Make a nice straight line. Make sure that everything is down. And we're going to do here the same. And we do this 3 times. Of course, we don't do it 3 times. We do it 4 times, if I am correctly. I think I have 3 here, but we are going to do it 4 times. And we're going to squeeze it together this way. And make sure that, again, we have a straight line. We're going to do this one. And you see already, if you are looking very, very correctly, you see already that if I would place them together, I would have a space left over here. You see, this will be the bottom where we can place things on. And if you would place them together this way, you see already we are coming some short. So you see, if we have 3 pieces and we would glue them together, you see already a little gap over here. So what means that I still need another piece of 4. So you need 4 pieces of 4 to make 16 in total, and then you can glue them together. And we're going to do this one, and of course the last one, and we're going to place this one again as the closure up. Again, squeeze it, press it, and make a nice straight line. And we're going to let this 4 dry in for a couple of minutes. So all 4 of them are dried in a little. I'm going to do some glue on the sides so we can make 1 piece out of it. Again, on this side also, place it together very carefully. And we're going to do this one. And we're going to squeeze them together until 1 straight little plank, of course. And again, work away the spaces in between as much as you can. And this way. And we're going to let the bottom also dry in for a couple of minutes. So you see, we have now the back side and we have already the bottom. And now we're also going to make the top the same way like we do the bottom. So I'm going to lay the back side apart, and I'm going to make again 4 pieces of 4, and the same like we did with the other one. You just make 4 blocks and you're going to glue them together this way. And number 4 is always the closure up. Squeeze it, press it in a straight line, and then you already have your first piece. And I'm going to make 4 of them, but a little bit faster. So you see already the top and the bottom are already finished. If you use the smaller blocks, you need again 17 blocks in a row, and you need to make 2 rows of 17 and glue them together. This will be the bottom, and you need to make the same one again 2 of 17 for the top. So again, 1 of 17, 2 of 17, glue them together, and you have already the same bottom like I have. You do this one again, and you also have the top again. So then if you do 17 blocks, you have the right measurements. So I have my backside, bottom, top, and I'm going to make now 4 pieces of 4. I don't know if I'm going to use them. You will see later if I am going to use it or not, but we're going to make them. It's only 4 blocks, so we are going to do 4 blocks this way to give it later a little bit of a high-end look, but I have to look for if everything is fitting quite nice. So we're going to do 4 blocks together this way, and we're going to squeeze it and press it down. This is 1, and we're going to make a second one. We need 2. So very easy, just 2 pieces of 4. And of course, most of the time I will use it, but I keep one little opening if I am not going to use, if it doesn't fit the way I have it in my head, because always everything is in my head, but I never made one. So I always have to look for it, everything works together. And this is already number 2. We are going to let both of them dry in because we are going to use them later. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to make for the bigger blocks, I'm going to make a kind of a little drawer, but I don't know if you can, if you use the smaller blocks, you have to work a little bit with it, and you have to make it just very easy. I'm going to do 4 blocks for the bigger blocks, and I think you can also use 4 or 5 blocks for the smaller blocks. But of course you have to measure it out a little, but not everyone is liking a drawer. This is just extra what I do. So this is already number 1. This will be the bottom. I'm going to make another one like this, and that will be a top, but you see that later. First we do again 4 pieces like this. This is number 1, number 2, number 3. And of course this is the closure up, and we're going to squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to let this 2 also dry in for a couple of minutes. So now I have here my 2 pieces of 4, and again for the drawer itself, we are going to do again also 4 pieces of 4 like this, ook in this same direction glued, and this way, and squeeze it and press it together. You see already how off the line is of my blocks. You see here so many openings, but we're still going to work with it. And later, if it is painted, you almost don't see it anymore. So don't worry about it. Everyone has the same problem, and it's always a DIY always has also to go with obstacles. So this will be just a simple obstacle, but we do our best. So I'm going to finish them off. I'm going to make 4 pieces, and I do it a little bit faster than this. You see already, I'm have to, you see, flying blocks. You see already, and I have to do this one and this one over here, and again, a straight line. And I'm going to make the other 2 a little bit faster. So you see already 6 pieces of 4, and I hear you thinking, why didn't she tell me just make 6 pieces of 4? That would be a lot easier. It is. It is. But I was thinking about the bottom and the top and then the sides. But the sides are also 4. So you can easily make 6 pieces of 4, and then you have all the pieces you need. What we're going to do, we are going to look for the bottom. We are going to place this aside. We're going to do this one on top because we're going to do it this way. Not this way, but this way. We are going to place this one up. We're going to place this one up. We're going to place this one up. And of course this one. So and we're going to do very easy. We're going to place this one in between. And if everything is correctly, if I have it correctly, it is fitting inside, and it is. So we are going to do it very easy. We place this down, and we only do some glue on this side. And on this side, be careful because your glue is still not totally dry. And on this side, and even when it falls apart, it is not a real problem. You just glue it together again. Don't worry about it because everything will work out fine. So we place this straight up. We're going to place this one over here. We're going to place this one over here. And we're going to do this one straight up. And we make a nice, it's almost a square, not totally, almost. And we're going to work a little bit with our fingers to make a nice, simple straight line on each side of our little box. And again, we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I did let it dry in a couple of minutes. I'm going to turn it around on my hand. I'm going to do some glue a little in the inside. At least I try to do it on the inside over here. So not too much glue is coming out. I'm going to turn it off very easily and just place it on top of the other one of 4. And again, make a nice straight line. And I make 1 little drawer, but there is room for 3 of this one. So if you want to have more drawers inside of the opening, then you can do 3. But I'm going to go for this one for 1, because I want to have more decorations. And of course, this is not a Christmas DIY, this is a seasonal DIY. So you see here also on this channel, it's of course, the title is all about Christmas, but it is, but also we do seasonal decor. So this is already one, and this will be the lid on top like this. But of course, we don't want that the lid is falling off of moving around. So I'm going to get 1 block and I'm going to place it over here in the middle. So I'm sure that my lid is not falling off. So very easy. And make sure that you have it in the middle and that he's fitting very nicely inside of here. So I just was thinking, I don't like it if the people with the smaller blocks can make the little drawer. Of course, I did only my measurement. If you have better measurement for making the little drawer inside, I am going to, if I would make it, I would go for 7 blocks for the bottom, and glue them together is 14 blocks. So 7, 7. You need to make this one 2 times, because you also need the same like I have a lid for on top. If you want to have a close it up, you need here 6, 6, and of course glue together, 6, 6, glue together, and do this 2 times. This is a side, and on the other side will be a side. Then you have 1 of 6, and you also need 2 times this one for 1, because he will be over here, and this one will be over here, and you need the same one on top. And then you also have a lid, and just place a couple of blocks on the inside of your lid, and then you also have a little box you can place inside of your opening for your, it is not a dresser, it's not a tea tray. You can call it, I also, when I was looking at it, it also looks like a little bench we have here. Our churches are also having this kind of sides of our bench, so of a bench where you are sitting on. So it's a lot of purposes this time, but very easy. 2 of this one of 7, 2 of this one of 6, and 2 of this one of ankle 6. So then you have already your own little drawer also. So if everything is correctly, we all have the same pieces. Of course, the small blocks and the bigger blocks, it doesn't matter. You also have 2 of this one. You have, if everything is correctly, you have 2 of this one. You have 2 of the bottom and the top, and you have 1 as a back side. And of course, everyone who made a little box, you also have a little box. So what we're going to do, because we're going to glue it together right now, and I'm going to think which is the best way to tell you. So if you have a little moment, of course, you don't have to wait that long. So the easiest way I can tell you is simply just place the back side on the over here, just flat on your mat. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on this side, over here, this way. I'm going to do it on the side. Of course, it will run off a little. Don't worry about it. Just give yourself some grace. It doesn't matter. We're going to place it over here on the top. Make sure that you have a straight line over here and 1 over here, and give it a little bit of pressure so it stands on his own a little bit like this. And of course, he can fall down. Don't worry about it. Of course, I'm going to do the same over here. I'm going to do on the sides, and I don't even see what I'm doing. You see already. It will be one big mess, but it doesn't matter as long as the result is fine. Of course, on the other side we do some glue, and we're going to place this one also on this side of the back side of your little dresser drawer, just whatever you think is right. And now what we're going to do, we make sure that these pieces, our little houses, that the tops of the ending is on the same side of your mat. So you always have your feet of your sides on the ground. So measure out, make sure that the ending of your mat is the same by both of the legs. And we are going to place this one a little bit down and make sure where you want to have it. I think I'm going to have it over here. Then I'm going to place my pieces together. And of course I want to be sure that everything is fitting very nicely. So this must be the same and this must be the same. And now I'm going to keep it together until it is a little bit dried in. And it takes a long time, but not for you. It doesn't for you. I will cut this off. You see, this is a little bit dry in, and we are not supposed to forget, of course, the pieces of 4. And would use them on the underside over here, just to give it a little bit of a high ending look. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and this way. And a little on the sides over here and on this side. So filling it in. And of course, be careful, just place it on here. And make sure that you have a nice straight line. And this way. Over here, this is already number 1. And you can do the same on the top. If you like it, if you don't like it, it's also fine too. So I'm going to look for it and I'm going to give it on the top. So again, do some glue over here, this way. And I'm going to do a little over here and here. And I'm going to place it to give it a little bit of a boarding over here. And again, squeeze it and press it down. And we're going to let this rest also. And here you see already a little bit the result. Of course, we are going to paint it right now, and you see a little the sides over here, and I'm so happy how he turned out. Of course, I'm going to give it a color. I'm going to give, oh, he's already very heavy. I'm going to give it a sand color, but of course, give it any color you like. And of course, I also give my little drawer and the same color, so he's fitting nicely inside of here. So I'm going to do it very easy, and of course, I will not waste your time with some painting skills, because I think you already can paint your own little piece. So I do it a little bit faster. And here you see the pieces I just painted. Of course, I don't know really what it is. I was thinking also, if you like a bench, you also can leave the top, this top, and of course the front side, leave it out and do this front side on the back side. Then you have a nice bench. So if you are more into a bench, I will show it to you a little bit closer. Just leave the top out and just do this one on the back side. So the same way like this one, and do it on the back side. Then you have a nice bench, and do this a little bit higher, a little bit halfway. Then you have already also a bench with this kind of side, and I am really loving it. Maybe I make something like that in the future for myself. You never know. And of course, my little drawer. And if you are more like a glam lady and you like more gold or silver, just spray paint it in the gold or the silver. Don't let the color of this discourage you, because if you give it the spray paint in the gold and the silver, you even don't recognize it anymore. So go ahead and give it a try. Of course, I have here my little drawer, and I'm a little bit disappointed that I didn't make 3, but maybe I will make them extra, because you can also have 3 in them. I have here a little wooden piece, and of course this was from a fall series, and the fall series was from wooden pieces, and this must be a mushroom. So it does, yeah, it looks a little bit like a mushroom, and I'm going to use it as a knob on the front over here. And I'm going to, of course, if you have more drawers, you need more of them. So I'm going to glue this on top. So of course I need to have this side because I like this one better. I'm going to do a little bit of glue over here, and I'm going to place it over here like this, and I'm going to let this dry in. So our piece is drying right now, and of course I am going to leave it a couple of minutes before I'm going to place it straight up, and you see in a moment the quick impact.